Chapter 399. This crystal was the eye of the yin corpse array. All of the yin corpses would listen to this crystal's control. Seong Ma had been sacrificed to become the eye of the yin corpse array thousands of years ago. He relied on this crystal to survive, so every time someone invaded here, he would personally control the yin corpses to kill. Unfortunately, his life was still ended by Mu Ling's sword. Mu Yu held this crystal. The entire yin corpse array's patterns already clearly appeared in his mind. This yin corpse array was very complicated. The demon race who could set up this array was definitely not simple. At least their attainments in array techniques were higher than Master Lu and Zhu Jinglin. Whether it was the human race, human, or the demon race, they all had their own way of setting up arrays. In comparison, the human race's array techniques were better. This was also the reason why the human race was more powerful than the other two races. Last time Mu Yu was in Mist Breath City, he saw how the cultivators led by the medicine master relied on their powerful array techniques to destroy human. But in the end, the demon race and humans' array techniques were actually not that bad. The entire yin corpse array was set up under the entire Sand Eagle King City. The core of the array was deep underground, not hidden at all. The runes on the ground were mainly used to maintain the yin corpse's death aura, but it was unknown who had changed the runes on the ground, causing the yin corpses to become even more manic and devour each other. Since ancient times, the human race had countless strange people. It was possible that someone skilled in array techniques came here and did something. Mu Yu could not rely on this crystal alone to fix the array patterns that had been changed. Perhaps to Seong Ma, this kind of small change would be more beneficial to resisting the invaders, so he did not care about the array patterns that had problems. Relying on this crystal, Mu Yu was finally able to make the yin corpses obediently listen to him. But this was his first time controlling the yin corpse array. He was still a little unfamiliar. He could not control all of the yin corpses at once. He had to first familiarize himself with how the yin corpse array worked. Fortunately, when all of the yin corpses were moving, Mu Yu could see what they saw. Mu Yu quickly searched the yin corpses on the ground. He wanted to see Master Lu's current situation from their eyes. At this moment, the situation on the ground was very tragic. They could not hold on any longer. Master Lu's face was very pale, his forehead was sweating, and his eyes flashed with despair. The strangeness of the yin corpses here was beyond his imagination. Even though he was a Xiantian array master, he couldn't find the array eye and array base because the array pattern was hidden too cleverly, and the core was deep underground, so he couldn't find the array eye and array base, let alone break the array. At this moment Master Lu's heart was filled with anxiety. He had used his powerful array technique to kill a large number of yin corpses, but the yin corpses that were killed would explode and be swallowed by their companions, making them immune to his array technique. The same array technique could not be used a second time, and Master Lu did not have Mu Yu's Mu Ling that could restrain yin corpses, so he was already at his wit's end. Zhu Jinglin's situation was even worse than Master Lu's. His body was covered with wounds, and the guardian boy Husha's arm had been bitten off by the yin corpses. The wound was still dripping with blood. Husha's entire body was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were half open. He could be torn to shreds by the yin corpses at any moment. Zhu Jinglin looked at his guardian boy. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. A red talisman paper suddenly appeared in his hand. Strange runes covered it. He did not hesitate to place the talisman paper on his guardian boy's body. "Master, you." Husha saw the red talisman paper. His face suddenly changed. Zhu Jinglin snorted. "Husha, when I took you in as the guardian of the formation, your life was already mine. At this time, we are all in danger. I can only rely on you to escape, otherwise we will all die here. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Master Zhu, I have always been loyal to you. How can you do this to me?" Husha's pupils shrank. As Master Zhu's guardian boy, how could he not know what the red talisman paper was? It was a kind of self-explosion talisman. As long as it was placed on someone's body, it would trigger the self-explosion talisman. The self-explosion talisman would directly detonate the spiritual power in that person's body, creating a huge lethality. Husha's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. If he became the target of the self-explosion talisman, the power produced was equivalent to an out-of-body stage full-force attack, enough to kill a large number of yin corpses. The desire to survive made him want to break free, but his arm had already been broken, and Zhu Jinglin was a spirit-severing innate talisman master. How could Husha have the ability to resist? His whole body was imprisoned by Zhu Jinglin. He couldn't move. I know you have always been loyal to me. I will always remember you. Zhu Jinglin took out a green talisman paper and slapped it on Huxia's chest. The runes in his hand surged and poured into the self-explosion talisman. Huxia's eyes widened in horror. He roared loudly, but his whole body was involuntarily flying towards Master Lu. Zhu Jinglin, what are you doing? Master Lu was enraged. This Zhu Jinglin not only wanted to sacrifice his guardian boy to give him a chance to escape, he even wanted to drag Master Lu down with him. Master Lu wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Huxia's body suddenly exploded, filling the sky with blood mist. It was unknown what Zhu Jinglin had done to this blood mist, but it actually exploded with vitality. It was like a large group of living people had suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of all the yin corpses. Once a living person was killed by the yin corpses, their vitality would scatter and the yin corpses would no longer attack. However, Zhu Jinglin was able to make Huxia's body explode with a powerful vitality. In an instant, all the yin corpses rushed towards the blood fog wave after wave. The most terrible thing was that Master Lu was currently in the middle of the blood mist. Zhu Jinglin, you are so vicious. You even killed your own people. Master Lu angrily fought with the yin corpses. Huxia's explosion was only on the level of an out-of-body cultivator, so naturally it would not injure him, but his body was also covered in the blood mist. All the yin corpses went crazy when they saw the blood mist. They recklessly charged at him. Not a single one of them cared about Zhu Jinglin. Zhu Jinglin gave a cruel smile. He seized this chance to charge into the barrier. At this time, Master Lu was already exhausted from being surrounded by the yin corpses. He was not paying attention and was knocked down to the ground by two spirit-severing yin corpses. Countless withered hands grabbed at his body, wanting to tear off his flesh. One of the yin corpse's fingernails had already pierced his chest, wanting to dig out his heart. There was even another withered hand whose fingernails were only an inch away from Master Lu's eyes. Even if I die, I won't become a member of your group. Master Lu angrily roared. The runes on his body quickly flashed. He actually wanted to use the array to explode. Don't. That is our honest Master Lu. All of you stop for me. Mu Yu had just seen the scene of Huxia being forced to explode by Zhu Jinglin. He was still shocked. Seeing Master Lu about to explode, he suddenly gave a loud shout, making all the yin corpses stop their movements. Although there was a problem with the runes on the ground that made the yin corpses very wild, they still listened to the command of the array core. All the yin corpses stopped moving, and the withered hands that were grabbing at Lu Xianxia suddenly stopped in mid-air. Some of the yin corpses were originally rushing forward, but when they received Mu Yu's order to stop, they stopped. As a result, their center of gravity was unstable, and they directly fell to the ground, and several of their teeth were knocked out. Master Lu was panting heavily. He looked at the yin corpses surrounding him in shock. He did not understand why these yin corpses suddenly stopped. He thought that he was done for. He wanted to explode and drag them down with him, but the development of this matter was outside of his expectations. Then the runes on his body also slowly calmed down. Perhaps there was still a chance for things to turn around. Mu Yu, I have a bold idea, Little Shuai suddenly said with interest. I also have an idea. Mu Yu rolled his eyes. What do you two want to do? Long Ting asked in a depressed voice. I want the yin corpses to do the zombie dance. Little Shuai said. I want the yin corpses to do morning exercises. Mu Yu said. What is the zombie dance? What is morning exercises? Mu Yu grinned. When he was in Flowing Water Village, the village head grandfather liked to take a group of little brats to do morning exercises, shaking their hands and shaking their butts, saying it was to exercise their bodies. Zombie dance, I'll show you. Little Shuai jumped onto the crystal and then stood up. His two little claws were raised in front of his chest, then he stuck out his tongue, tilted his head, then jumped. His whole body was like he was having an epileptic seizure. Fuck, where did you learn this messy dance? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he asked. Didn't you teach me? Little Shuai said in a strange voice. When did I teach you this kind of strange dance? Mu Yu's eyes opened wide. He definitely wouldn't stick out his tongue and tilt his head. You forgot. The first time we went to Withered Tree Valley, when we met the Heavenly Monster Tree, in order to get close to the Heavenly Monster Tree, you danced like this. At that time I was eaten by the heavenly monster fruit and was almost digested. Little Shuai said in a serious voice. You were digested? Are you joking? Your skin is so thick, is there anything that can digest you? Also, you were eaten by the heavenly monster fruit, how could you see Mu Yu dance? Longteng snorted. Who told you that I couldn't see the situation outside after being eaten? Little Shuai was very proud. At that time he was inside the fake heavenly monster fruit, he could see through the gaps between the heavenly monster fruit's teeth. Mu Yu remembered, at that time in order to get close to the heavenly monster tree, he had displayed all his talents, including a dance that didn't have any beauty. Thinking of Deadwood Daddy, his heart was filled with guilt, but he suddenly thought of Stargate and had an idea. Looks like I have to teach those Stargate bastards a lesson. You want to enter Sand Eagle King City, how could I let you do as you wish? Little Shuai, you lead the dance. You can play with these yin corpses however you want, but you have to make Master Lu feel that the danger of the yin corpse array has been removed. Mu Yu clenched his fist. Little Shuai happily stepped on the crystal and all the yin corpses were under his control. Then Little Shuai happily led all the yin corpses in a zombie dance. Master Lu, you have to quickly go out. Tell the people from Stargate that the yin corpse array has been broken and they can come in. I want to leave a deep impression on the people from Stargate. Mu Yu wished he could directly tell these words to Master Lu, letting him quickly go out and trick the people from Stargate into coming in. As long as the yin corpses did not take the initiative to attack, once Master Lu escaped and explained the situation to the people from Stargate, the people from Stargate would definitely rush in. When the time comes, I'll teach you a lesson. Master Lu was surprised as he looked at the situation in front of him. The aggressive yin corpses suddenly couldn't help stretching out their arms and jumping around, even sticking out their tongues. There were even some yin corpses that stuck out their tongues, causing several of their teeth to fall out. But the teeth that fell out of the yin corpses would jump back on their own. They would be the same as they were before they died, even if they lost their heads, they would still be able to put them back on. Master Lu pulled at his beard, he was a little stunned. Is there a problem with this chaotic array? Master Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, this was the first thing that came to his mind. Sometimes a chaotic array could make an array very bad, sometimes it could also make an array harmless to humans and animals. Perhaps the dancing yin corpses at this moment was the latter possibility. Master Lu carefully climbed up and quickly ran towards the hole where Mu Yu had disappeared. Unfortunately, Mu Yu was no longer in the hole. He regretfully shook his head and heavily sighed. Feng Mu, it's all my fault, I really shouldn't have let you in. Master Lu was not like Zhu Jinglin who was cruel and merciless to his disciples. On the contrary, he took care of the Zhongtian disciples. The development of the array faction depended on these Zhongtian disciples, he hoped that some of them could become Xiantian disciples. Although in his eyes this old and low cultivation Feng Mu could not possibly be that kind of genius, the death of a disciple still made him feel sad. Master Lu would never have thought that the yin corpse array in front of him was solved by the old and low cultivation Feng Mu. Not to mention that the mysterious genius who had broken the array tablet in his heart was the one who had just jumped into the hole he had dug. Master Lu helplessly shook his head, looking at the distant Sand Eagle King City. He was not in the mood to approach this city. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He cautiously avoided the dancing yin corpses, making sure that they would not attack again, and then left the yin corpse array without looking back. Mu Yu knew that Stargate would not give up, what he needed to do now was to wait for the rabbit to come, and let these yin corpses dance to welcome the people from Stargate. But the most important thing right now was to quickly adjust his body. The spirit-severing stage Xiong Ma had almost killed him, and his injuries had not completely healed. Chapter 400. Master Lu didn't walk far when he met Tian Buwai and the others. When he saw the people from Stargate, his face was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the people from Stargate not figuring things out beforehand, Feng Mu wouldn't have died, and even he almost lost his life. Master Lu, what's the situation inside? Tian Buwai asked gently. Although Master Lu's eyes were filled with anger, he wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, Master Lu's aura was very low. If he wanted to get angry, He needed to have the strength to do so. Master Lu held back his anger. In this situation, he could only suffer in silence. Not to mention that Stargate was a huge monster for their array faction. Even if he wanted to ask for an explanation from Stargate, with the tyrannical means of Stargate, they could choose to ignore him and even kill him to silence him. He angrily looked at Tian Buwai and then his eyes fell on Zhu Jinglin in the crowd. At this moment, Zhu Jinglin's face was still fawning over Tian Buwai and the others. He didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction because he almost lost his life just now. This guy was not only cruel and merciless, but also had no backbone. Even if he was betrayed, he still had a humble appearance. It was really shameful. Zhu Jinglin, you run really fast. Master Lu looked at Zhu Jinglin with contempt. Just now, Zhu Jinglin had kicked his guardian boy to his side to detonate it. It was clear that he wanted to attract all the Yin Corps's attention to Master Lu so that he could escape. Zhu Jinglin's goal was indeed achieved. All the Yin Corpses rushed towards Master Lu. He found a gap to escape from the Yin Corpse array. However, when he saw that Master Lu was still alive, he was very surprised. Because if it was anyone else, it would be impossible to escape in that situation. Master Lu, you are really lucky, Zhu Jinglin said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. In fact, he also resented Tian Bu in his heart. He had almost lost his life there, but when he thought of how he had managed to snatch the array business from Master Lu's hands with great difficulty, no matter how much resentment he could only swallow it into his stomach. Stargate, Talisman Sect, couldn't afford to offend them. Zhu Jinglin, the matter of you framing me in the Yin Corpse array, I will definitely make you pay for it in the future. Also, the heavens do not wait for young master. In the future, if you want others to break the formation, please explain everything clearly. It was because of your concealment that I lost a guardian formation boy. This was something that could have been avoided. Master Lu coldly said. It's just a guardian. I remember that Master Lu's guardian was only a foundation establishment disciple. His loss was not heavy. Master Zhu lost a nascent soul stage guardian, Tian Buwai said with a smile. Zhu Jinglin's face turned white and red. His guardian boy was killed by him and not by the Yin Corpse's hands. Master Lu was furious. The heavens don't wait for young master. My array faction isn't as big as your Stargate. Every one of our disciples was painstakingly nurtured. Losing even one of them is very painful for us. Now that the formation has been broken by me alone, I think it's time for Stargate to fulfill its promise, right? The formation has been broken? Tian Buwai's eyes showed a trace of surprise. From Tian Jiancheng's mouth, he already knew the horror of the Yin Corpse array. When Zhu Jinglin came out, he also asked Zhu Jinglin again. Zhu Jinglin said that the Yin Corpse array was too strange. Even Master Lu died in the hands of the Yin Corpse. But at this moment, Master Lu not only came back alive, but also said that the Yin Corpse array had been broken. Tian Buwai turned his head to look at Zhu Jinglin. Zhu Jinglin also had a face of doubt. He reprimanded Master Lu. Master Lu, the Yin Corpse array is such a strange formation. How can you break it by yourself? I think you have ulterior motives and want to lure the people of Stargate into die, so that you can vent your anger, right? Master Lu sneered. Do you think everyone's mind is as vicious as yours? If you don't believe me, you can let someone enter the formation and check it out at the edge. If there is a problem, you can withdraw in time. When the time comes, you will know whether the formation has been broken or not. Do you still need to doubt me here? Tian Buwai pondered for a long time, then turned to Tian Jiancheng, who was at the combination stage, and said, Uncle Cheng, your cultivation is the highest here. How about you go in and check it out? Tian Jiancheng looked at Master Lu suspiciously, then nodded and said, Master Lu, please wait here for a moment. If the Yin Corpse array has been broken, then you will naturally be rewarded. Tian Jiancheng went to the Yin Corpse array, and Master Lu sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. The battle with the Yin Corpse army just now had consumed most of the spiritual power in his body, and even many of the precious innate foundation spirit chi had been used up. He had to go back and draw the array again. Zhu Jinglin was very anxious in his heart, because if what Master Lu said was true, then the credit this time was all Master Lu's, and it had nothing to do with him at all. Stargate was the object he had always wanted to curry favor with, so in front of Tian Buwai, he would swallow his anger, but if this limelight was stolen by Master Lu, then he would really complain secretly. After about half an hour, Tian Zhencheng finally came back, and there was a trace of disbelief on his face. "How is the situation?" Tian Buwai asked. Tian Zhencheng nodded slightly and said with a strange expression, "The yin corpse array is still there, but all the yin corpses seem to have a problem. They are actually dancing. The yin corpses are dancing." Everyone looked at each other and looked at Tian Zhencheng strangely. How could the yin corpses, who killed without blinking, dance? If Tian Zhencheng wasn't the person with the highest cultivation here, maybe no one would believe what he said. But this was still a very funny thing. Could the yin corpses really dance? What's the specific situation? Tian Buwai asked. I confirmed it. When I walked into the yin corpse array, all the yin corpses didn't attack me, but rather they were dancing in a very strange way. I carefully walked around them and walked towards the Sand Eagle King City's city gate. When I reached the city gate, the yin corpses were still dancing, so I walked back again. When Tian Zhencheng said this, even he didn't dare believe it. After living for so long, he had never seen such a strange thing like the yin corpses dancing. That's because I just changed the yin corpse array pattern, causing the yin corpse array to change again, making all the yin corpses lose their attacking power. Master Lu made up a story. But no one could explain the situation inside, so in order to convince the people of Stargate, he took his reward and left, so he went all out. How is this possible? The yin corpse formation's runes are hidden. How could you possibly find it? Zhu Jinglin was an experienced innate talisman master, and his array technique was almost the same as Master Lu's, but he also couldn't find the yin corpse array pattern. Our array technique is naturally more powerful than your talisman technique. You can't find it, but that doesn't mean I can't find it. Master Lu finally found a good opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule Zhu Jinglin, and his face was a little proud. Although the yin corpse's dancing had nothing to do with him, it was useless for Zhu Jinglin to not believe it, because the people of Stargate had confirmed the fact that the yin corpse array would no longer attack people. Tian Buwai pondered for a moment, and said, Master Lu, this time the yin corpse array was broken because of your contribution. I will give you the original 4 million spirit stones. But I have a request, because whether the yin corpse array will have any problems, no one can say for sure. So I need you to go in with us again, and if something happens, you can solve it in time. After it's done, I will give you another million. What do you think? This extremely shrewd guy was actually so cunning. Even if Tian Zhencheng was indeed fine, but looking at Tian Buwai's appearance, he didn't completely believe what Master Lu said. Tian Buwai also suspected that Master Lu might have done something to the array. After all, they had just deceived Master Lu once, and needless to say, Master Lu's heart was full of resentment. When the people of Stargate went in, Master Lu would activate the array, causing all the yin corpses to riot again, and that would be bad. The yin corpses in the yin corpse array couldn't be killed at all. Even if a cultivator at the body integration stage went in, there was no way to deal with these yin corpses. And if these yin corpses weren't dealt with, it would be very difficult for them to enter the Sand Eagle Imperial City. Master Lu was about to explode in anger, and he really didn't want to go in that kind of place again. But at this moment, the people of Stargate were eyeing him covetously, especially Tian Zhencheng, who was at the body integration stage, with a trace of threat in his eyes. Although their words were discussing with Master Lu, in reality, they were forcing him. Okay, but I need you to pay the 4 million first. Master Lu snorted, he couldn't refuse, and looking at Tian Zhencheng's expression, it seemed that if Master Lu dared to say no, he would immediately turn hostile. Okay. Tian Buwai flipped his hand, and a piece of black jade appeared, and he handed it to Master Lu. This is the $1 million trading company's Spirit Stone Jade Pendant. As long as you find the $1 million trading company, you can exchange it with any bank on the 3 continents. I presume Master Lu is not unfamiliar with it. Of course, Master Lu wouldn't be unfamiliar with it, because the array on the black jade was carved by the people of their array faction, and it recorded the number and origin of the spirit stones, so it couldn't be faked. But now, a large part of the business with the $1 million trading company had been snatched away by the Talisman Grandmaster, which made Master Lu particularly angry. He checked the number on the black jade, and it was indeed 4 million, then he put it away, then glanced at Zhu Jinglin, and without saying anything, he walked towards the yin corpse array again. Tian Buwei swept his eyes over the people around him. They originally had 25 people here, but 6 of them had already become yin corpses, leaving 19 people behind. At this time, most of them were in the severed soul stage, so he left 9 people behind to provide support, while the remaining 10 people followed Master Lu. Zhu Jinglin hesitated for a moment, and then followed. He wanted to please Tian Buwei, so how could he give up halfway? When everyone carefully stepped into the yin corpse array, they were all dumbfounded. Those ferocious yin corpses were not dancing, but sitting in pairs, playing a you clap, I clap clapping game. Were these really the ferocious yin corpses from before? Needless to say, only Little Handsome could think of playing this childish clapping game, even encouraging Dragon Vine to control these yin corpses, each of them controlling half of the yin corpses, and then clapping with each other. Half an hour ago, he and Dragon Vine were playing a game of not letting the yin corpses fly, and then stacking a human pyramid to see who could stack the highest, and finally Little Handsome won. You're finally here. You're really paranoid, alright. Little Handsome, stop playing, it's time to get down to business. Mu Yu yawned. He had been sitting cross-legged to recover his energy. After all, he had fought with the severed soul stage Xiong Ma, so his injuries were not light. Fortunately, the black and white spiritual energy in his body quickly helped him heal his wounds, and now he was almost healed. Mu Yu already knew that Tian Jiancheng had come in, but the most important person had not come in, so he would not do anything to Tian Jiancheng. These yin corpses were prepared for Tian Buwei. Chapter 401. Master Lu was the first to walk in. Seeing so many yin corpses clapping their hands, he was at a loss, but he quickly came back to his senses and said in a serious tone, "First, I must warn you, these yin corpses have only temporarily lost their offensive ability. When you walk over, you must not casually touch them, and you must also be careful not to use your spiritual energy. If your spiritual energy changes the array pattern again, causing the yin corpse array to have unpredictable consequences, then even I will have bad luck with you." When he was talking nonsense, his expression was very serious and the others all believed him. Even Tian Jiancheng, who had walked in to investigate the situation, did not say anything. After all, only an array master understood the matter of arrays. Moreover, Master Lu had just walked out of the yin corpse array alive. This was the best proof. Zhu Jinglin gave a small snort, although he did not know what was wrong with these clapping yin corpses, but he was a Xiantian symbol master, so naturally he would not believe Master Lu's words. There must be something strange about this. Only because he had framed Master Lu to run away, it was already disgraceful, so he did not say anything to refute Master Lu. These yin corpses were not only sitting on the ground, but there were also many yin corpses sitting in the air, densely filling the sky. It would be a bit difficult to fly over. Master Lu walked around the yin corpses sitting in front of him and then walked towards the Sand Eagle King City. Everyone saw that he was not flying, so they all consciously followed Master Lu's footsteps. At the same time, they were constantly on guard, guarding against the yin corpses suddenly rushing out to bite them. This group of people, including Master Lu and Zhu Jinglin, had a total of 12 people. As they walked forward, the yin corpses did not even raise their heads. When they were about to reach the city gates, a withered claw suddenly reached out from under Tian Bu Waiting's feet, tightly grabbing onto her. Tian Bu Waiting slightly knit his brows. The spiritual energy under his feet trembled, directly kicking away the withered hand. The withered hand suddenly let out an unpleasant creak sound, shattering into pieces of bone. Following this, all the yin corpses suddenly stopped clapping and turned to look at this group of people. Being stared at by a large group of repulsive yin corpses was definitely not a pleasant thing, especially for Master Lu and Zhu Jinglin, who had just fought. Their faces turned pale once again. If these yin corpses charged over, there would be no end to them. Everyone looked over at Tian Bu Kai, who had attracted the yin corpses' attention. If Tian Bu Kai did not have the highest status in this group, he would have already started cursing. Something happening at this time was a taboo. "He grabbed my foot. I had to do it," Tiandi said calmly. No one dared to refute his words. Everyone vigilantly looked at the yin corpses, preparing to fight them. These yin corpses suddenly stood up and began to hold hands. 3 inner and 3 outer layers began to surround the 12 people in a circle. That's right, they were going around in circles, just like a bonfire party. The people from the Heavenly Starry sect were completely confused. What the F***ck is wrong with him again? It can't be, little handsome, this is the game you were talking about. Mu Yu helplessly tapped his forehead. If it was him, he would have already controlled all the yin corpses to charge over. Focusing on Tianbiyu Kai now that this group of people had gone this deep, it was not a problem to cut off their escape route. Don't be anxious. With these people gathered together, it would be very hard for the yin corpse army to fight. What we need to do is to separate them and defeat them one by one, Little Handsome said with a happy grin. Mu Yu's eyes lit up. He found that Little Handsome was quite smart sometimes. But he still warned him, remember, Master Lu is one of us. I know what I'm doing. Little Handsome solemnly vowed. Tianbiyu Kai's side did not dare act rashly because the yin corpses were only circling around them and did not attack them, so they did not take the initiative to attack. But there were many withered hands that suddenly appeared under their feet. These withered hands did not attack them, but rather stretched out and swayed left and right. It was very rhythmic, as if it was following a certain rhythm. Because of Tianbiyu Kai's example, no one dared to destroy these withered hands and only gave way to them. With them giving way, everyone was separated and more yin corpses began to crawl out. Tianbiyu Kai was a very smart person. He immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't separate. Quickly gather together." But it was already too late because all the yin corpses began to give strange cries. They did not attack and just scattered everyone. Then they expressionlessly circled around everyone. Some of the yin corpses even kicked their legs from time to time, jumping around happily. It had to be said that when these yin corpses did not attack, it was quite interesting. Although they were missing a piece of skin on their faces, it did not make people afraid. The yin corpses did not attack and these people did not dare attack. They were forced to retreat, moving further and further away from their companions. Master Lu and Zhu Jinglin were both array experts, so they had already thought of a possibility. Someone was deliberately controlling this yin corpse array. But with their abilities, they had no way of resisting this yin corpse array. Not to mention dancing, even if they sang a bad song, they would not be able to do anything. Alright, it's about time. Let's have a great yin corpse battle. Brothers, charge for me. Bite off a piece of flesh from Stargate's people and we'll give you the underworld grass black chi as a reward. Little Handsome directly gave the order. All the yin corpses changed their numb expressions and revealed a fierce expression. The aura of living people had already stimulated their senses, making them impatient. The yin corpses that were holding hands pounced on everyone like hungry tigers that had seen sheep. At this moment, the sky was densely packed with yin corpses, which directly submerged the people of the Heavenly Star sect. Young Gate Master, quickly leave this place, Tian Jiancheng angrily shouted. He was a unification stage cultivator with a high cultivation base, but he had already fought with all the yin corpses when he came in a while ago. At this moment, his attacks were completely ineffective against these yin corpses. He could only rely on his tyrannical brute force to forcibly repel the yin corpses and rush towards Tian Bushi. Tian Bushi's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, 2 treasures flashed on his body. They were the Heavenly Star Shield and the Heavenly Star Spear. These 2 supreme treasures originally belonged to him. Back then, when Tianyun went to the second celestial layer, he had lent them to Tianyun for his safety. Needless to say, these 2 supreme treasures would be even more powerful in his hands. However, Tian Bushi did not attack any of the yin corpses because he already knew that these yin corpses would become more powerful the more he fought. They were simply unkillable existences. The Heavenly Star Shield appeared beside him and enveloped him. All the yin corpses that pounced on him were repelled by the Heavenly Star Shield. The other Stargate cultivators were not so lucky. What made them despair was that they had never fought with the yin corpses before, but their attacks were ineffective against these yin corpses. They quickly understood that since they were all Stargate cultivators, Their cultivation techniques were similar. The 6 Stargate cultivators who had been transformed into yin corpses had already used the Stargate cultivation techniques to deal with the yin corpses. At this moment, the yin corpses were immune to the cultivation techniques of Stargate. In the blink of an eye, the 2 out-of-body stage cultivators had their throats torn open by the yin corpses. They lost their vitality. The yin corpse array pattern slowly covered their bodies and turned them into yin corpses. The other severed soul stage cultivators were still bitterly holding on, but according to this situation, it was only a matter of time before they were killed by the yin corpses. In just a moment, 5 Stargate cultivators had died in the blink of an eye. Among them, there were 3 severed soul stage cultivators. Muyu looked at the Stargate cultivators being bitten by the yin corpses and his heart was very calm. He never liked to watch life pass away, but when he saw the Stargate cultivators die in front of him, he didn't feel any regret. The entire Stargate sect was wiped out, and it didn't arouse his sympathy. He looked at Tianbushi, who was protected by the star shield, and understood that these yin corpses wouldn't be able to do anything to him for a while. As early as when he was in the 2nd layer of heaven, Muyu had seen the power of the star shield. This thing was as hard to break as a tortoise shell. These yin corpses didn't know how to attack the weak points, so they couldn't hurt Tianbushi. "Come to me quickly," Tianbushi shouted. The other Stargate cultivators had already struggled to move towards Tianbushi. Zhu Jinglin was the closest to Tianbushi. He immediately entered the star shield. The other 2 unification stage cultivators weren't slow either. The remaining severed soul stage cultivator also rushed in with blood. "Where is Master Lu? Did that bastard set us up?" Zhu Jinglin said in a deep voice. Tianbushi shook his head. "It's not him. I just saw him being drowned by a group of yin corpses. Judging from his surprised expression just now, this matter has nothing to do with him. And I didn't believe that he had the ability to control so many yin corpses from the beginning." Master Lu was indeed drowned by yin corpses. He was dragged by a group of yin corpses to the pit where Muyu had disappeared. At this moment, he was looking at the yin corpses around him in horror. These yin corpses were looking at him curiously. They didn't touch a single hair on his body. They just pressed down all his limbs, making him unable to move. One of the yin corpses even made a gesture to Master Lu, although this gesture was very stiff and somewhat funny. Master Lu was at a loss. He didn't understand what had happened. Why did these yin corpses, who wanted to kill him just now, suddenly let him go? He didn't dare to take a breath now. He could only hope for a miracle to happen again and let these yin corpses dance and let him go. Who is controlling this yin corpse array? Master Lu secretly thought in his heart. Then he frowned. Could it be Feng Mu? He had just seen everyone else being attacked by the yin corpses. Only he had escaped. There was no reason for this at all. He had nothing to do with these yin corpses, so why would they let him go? The only explanation was that Feng Mu had been dragged into the pit by the yin corpses. But when he thought of Feng Mu's foundation establishment stage cultivation, he rejected this idea. How could a foundation establishment stage disciple have this kind of ability? Moreover, Feng Mu has already been transformed by the yin corpse. It must be that the person controlling this array behind the scenes has taken a fancy to my array technique. Maybe he wants me to help him do something. Master Lu felt that he had stepped into muddy water that he should not have stepped into. He had long regretted coming here. Muyu had taken control of this array. He had already tried to make all the yin corpses attack the heavenly star shield. Unfortunately, this was a rare treasure and there were no signs of it collapsing. But Tianbushi and the others couldn't move at this moment. It was equivalent to being trapped in place. But at this moment, a yellow shadow suddenly charged in from outside the array. Muyu had attacked all the yin corpses to find trouble with Tianbushi, so the yin corpses didn't pay any attention to this uninvited guest. The yellow shadow stepped on the yin corpses' bodies and flew towards the Sand Eagle King City's gates. Chapter 402. The yellow figure landed at the gates of Desert Eagle King City and looked up at the sculpture of a desert eagle about to take flight. This person was wearing a yellow robe with a hood on his head. It was impossible to tell who he was or what his cultivation was, but his sudden appearance attracted everyone's attention. Although Tianbushi's line of sight was blocked by the yin corpses, they could still feel the aura of the yellow-robed man. Looking at the surprised expressions on their faces, Mu Yu could tell that the yellow-robed man was not with them. Could it be someone from the devil race? Mu Yu thought to himself. This was Desert Eagle King's king city. Other than the two disgusting the Gate of Hell and the Gate of Life and Death, as well as the annoying Stargate, only the devil race would be interested in the Devil King. But this yellow-robed man did not have the special aura of the Gate of Hell and the Gate of Life and Death, nor did he have the demonic aura of the devil race. Who was he? No matter who you are, I can't lose sight of the other. Mu Yu did not hesitate to control some yin corpses to charge at the yellow-robed man. He wanted to stop him from entering Desert Eagle King City. He did not want to protect this Desert Eagle King whom he had never met before. The main reason was that the Desert Eagle King was also an immortal existence. The threefold palace was the one that coveted the body of immortality the most. If the guardian of the threefold palace obtained the body of Demon King Desert Eagle, then the guardian of the threefold palace would have eternal life in this world. For the sake of their ruling power, they would bring about endless slaughter. Although the yellow-robed man did not have the sacred white light of the third palace, Mu Yu could not let him have his way. In comparison, he hoped that the Desert Eagle King would be sealed forever and never come out again. It would save him the trouble of doing things one by one. Countless yin corpses charged at the yellow-robed man, but a spiritual energy shield appeared around the yellow-robed man. It surrounded him and repelled all the yin corpses. Then he floated into the air and stretched out his hand. In his hand was a blood-red exquisite pagoda. It was very exquisite. Tianbushi used the heavenly star spear to repel all the yin corpses. They also saw the pagoda in the yellow-robed man's hand. The key to opening Desert Eagle King City is the blood-exquisite pagoda. How does he have it? Tianbushi was very surprised. What should we do? Should we stop him? Tian Zhencheng asked. Heaven Buwai pondered for a moment before saying, no, since he has the blood crystal, we don't need to rely on sacrifices to enter the city. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Blood crystal? Mu Yu frowned. He was not familiar with the situation in Sand Eagle Royal City at all, nor did he understand what the blood crystal meant. However, the exquisite pagoda in the hands of the yellow-clothed man had already emitted 2 scarlet rays of light, which shone into the eyes of the Desert Eagle relief sculpture on the city gate. A majestic and domineering cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. The relief sculpture seemed to have come to life. Then, it actually flapped its wings and flew out of the city gate, soaring into the sky. The relief sculpture had actually come alive. This Desert Eagle sculpture soared above the entire royal city, constantly crying as if warning outsiders not to act rashly. As soon as it left the city gate automatically cracked open. The yellow-clothed man had already flashed through the gap in the city gate. Quickly, let's follow him. Heaven Buwai made a prompt decision. The heavenly star spear filled the sky with killing intent, instantly crushing a large group of yin corpses. They followed this gap and instantly followed the yellow-clothed man into Sand Eagle Royal City. The yin corpses were unable to continue 10 steps away from the city gate because that was the edge of the yin corpse array. The yin corpses could not leave the yin corpse array. No, we have to stop them. Heaven Buwai's group had already entered Sand Eagle Royal City and the yin corpse array could not stop them. If Mu Yu wanted to stop the Sand Eagle demonic king from being born, he had to enter Sand Eagle Royal City. Mu Yu anxiously looked around the underground cave. This was the place where the yin corpses gathered, but he did not know if there was a way to enter Sand Eagle Royal City. He controlled the crystal and let it release a dazzling light. Then he saw an ordinary-looking passage in the corner. This passage had a flight of stairs, but he did not know where it led. Mu Yu had all the yin corpses stop. He did not even care about Master Lu as he hugged the crystal and left the underground cave, flying towards the flight of stairs. Little Handsome was still a little reluctant. He had not played with these yin corpses enough, but he was still pulled away by Mu Yu by the tail. I also have to hide myself. If I bump into them and they find out that I'm from the Array faction, Then it won't be good. Mu Yu placed Little Handsome into his pocket and had him not come out. Little Handsome's existence was not known by many people in the cultivation world, so he would not expose Mu Yu's identity. Even in the Array faction, Little Handsome had only appeared in front of Cheng Zhuo. Even Master Lu did not know of Little Handsome's existence. But just in case, Mu Yu had changed his appearance. He relied on the light of the night pearl to quickly run up the stairs. This flight of stairs was very long, and as he climbed, he would see 1 or 2 demonic beast statues. There were even some white bones, but Mu Yu had already dealt with the yin corpses, so naturally he did not care about these white bones. His speed was very fast, but the stairs in front of him suddenly forked. There were still 3 paths. It can't be, right? Which path should I take? Mu Yu felt a headache coming on. Who knew where these 3 paths would lead him to? Whoever the little yin corpse points to, I'll take the right. Little Handsome was very enthusiastic. Mu Yu helplessly shook his head and turned to the right. But not long after, there was another fork in the road. Are you playing with me? Mu Yu wanted to curse out loud. This underground staircase was like a maze. People who were not familiar with it would not be able to get out. It would have been better to go back to the surface and enter the city from the city gates. He touched his surroundings and found that it was all hard stone. If he wanted to rely on Mu Ling's sword to get out, it would be impossible. He continued to turn right, but after a few steps, there was another fork in the road. He was like a headless fly. He had already met 7-8 forks in the road. Relying on Little Handsome's little yin corpse to point the way, he blindly charged forward. In any case, as long as the stairs went up, there was no mistake. As he walked, he suddenly barged into another cave. The ceiling of this cave was filled with stalactites and there were potholes on the ground. There was a soft white light in the water and there was also a rich spiritual energy coming from it. We're here, we're here. Little Handsome's saliva began to drip down. What do you mean we're here? Little Handsome, you wouldn't have purposely led me here, right? Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. How could that be? It's because of the good food that summoned us. Little Handsome gave an embarrassed smile. Mu Yu was defeated by Little Handsome. The little yin corpse that it pointed the way wasn't blindly pointing, it was all for the good food. Mu Yu helplessly shook his head. He walked closer to the puddles and looked at the things at the bottom of the water in amazement. They were actually demon spirits. What made Mu Yu the most shocked was that the spiritual energy of these demon spirits was very rich. The spiritual energy contained within made people's hearts palpitate. My God! These are all 6th and 7th grade demon spirit. Little Handsome couldn't wait to jump in. He wanted to pick them up from the water, but there was an invisible formation on the surface of the water that pushed him away. A 6th grade demon spirit was equivalent to a spirit severing stage cultivator and a 7th grade demon spirit was equivalent to a unity stage cultivator. These are high grade demon spirits. They are very rare. Why are there so many 6th and 7th grade demon spirits being protected here? One has to know that the Devil Clan's people were transformed from demon beasts with spiritual intelligence. However, there are also demon beasts that can't awaken spiritual intelligence that can cultivate to a very high level. Generally, the most common demon beasts in the cultivation world are low-grade demon beasts. High-grade demon beasts will hide themselves because they have basic intelligence and know that humans will harm them. Little Handsome was very annoyed. He tried to break through the formation again and again, but he was bounced back. Little Handsome could only stare helplessly. Mu Yu squatted down and carefully examined the formation. He discovered that this is a sealed formation. The formation core and the formation base are all within the formation. Without special formation patterns, it's impossible to enter. There are demon words here. Big earthworm, quickly read it. Little Handsome was bounced onto a stalactite for the 4th time and discovered the words engraved on the stalactite. 3 of the words were especially large while the rest were small words. Devil Sealing Pool. When Devil King Desert Eagle returns, it will be the time for the Devil Clan to revive. Dragon Ting lazily said. There are also words over there. Quickly read it. Little Handsome didn't care who was coming back. He wanted to know how to get these demon spirits. I say, are we still going to destroy the Stargate plan? Dragon Teng reminded. Mu Yu pondered for a long time. At this moment, he was completely lost. He didn't know where to go. He went around and around until he was dizzy. In the end, Little Handsome still brought him to such a place. The treasures were clearly in front of him, but he couldn't get them. Since we've been led astray by Little Handsome, we don't know how to get back. Those people came here to find Devil King Desert Eagle. However, I don't think Devil King Desert Eagle can be found so easily. Let's first look around for clues. Perhaps we can find traces of Devil King Desert Eagle before they do, Mu Yu said. All the stalactites were more or less engraved with some small words. These words were strange, but Dragon Ting easily translated them. It recorded the origins and uses of these demon spirits. These demon spirits were high-tier demon beasts that didn't have intelligence. They were killed after Devil King Desert Eagle was sealed. Their demon souls were sealed in these demon spirits and protected by the formation. As long as Devil King Desert Eagle breaks free from the seal, he can use his powerful demonic arts to revive all these demon spirits and create a powerful demon beast army. Little Handsome, how many rank 6 and rank 7 demon spirits are there? Mu Yu asked. 1092 rank 6 demon spirits and 813 rank 7 demon spirits. Little Handsome wasn't careless when it came to counting the food. Heavens! So many! Mu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. After conversion, it was equivalent to more than 1,000 severed soul stage demon beasts and about 800 body integration stage demon beasts. If they were all revived, they wouldn't be any weaker than the 8 gate. In addition, there were some demon beasts with high cultivation. This kind of terrifying strength could overturn the entire 3-continent. Although demon beasts were one level lower than demon beasts, high-tier demon beasts weren't any weaker than demon beasts. In fact, they weren't weaker than cultivators. If Devil King Desert Eagle really returned, then the cultivation world would really be in chaos. When there was war, there would be death. The soul power of the dead was the source of power for the third palace to rule over the 3 continents. The demon beasts led so many powerful demon beasts to fight against the human race. In the end, the third palace would benefit. This wasn't something Mu Yu wanted to see. Chapter 403. Mu Yu planned to think of a way to move these high-tier demon spirits away. Robbery? I love robbing. Little Shuai was dancing with joy. Most importantly, he was thinking about food. So many demon spirits made him so happy that his eyes were watering. Don't be so happy. I haven't even thought of a way to fish them out of the water. Mu Yu felt helpless. These demon spirits were a part of the Desert Eagle Demon King's main force in the future. If they were taken away so easily, it wouldn't make sense. Up until now, he had only studied in the array faction for a little more than a month. He didn't have a deep understanding of array formations. If he hadn't been forced by Deadwood Daddy to learn a little back in the valley and had a better foundation than others, he would have been completely clueless. Sealed array formations were actually very common. Many sects' mountain protection arrays were sealed array formations. For example, the Pill Cauldron sect back then. If one wanted to enter the Pill Cauldron sect, they could only enter from the small pavilion. Moreover, they needed special hand seals. Needless to say, the sealed array formation in the demon sealing pool also needed special array patterns to unlock it. Mu Yu gently placed his hand on the surface of the water. A ripple appeared on the surface of the water as array patterns began to faintly appear. He didn't rely on brute force like Little Shuai to break into the array formation. Instead, black and white array patterns appeared in his hand and carefully covered the array formation. Following the array patterns, his black and white array patterns gradually gathered at the entrance of the array formation. The shape of a pagoda appeared there. Wait, isn't this the blood crystal that the yellow-clothed man was holding? Mu Yu was astonished. The yellow-clothed man had used the blood-red blood crystal pagoda to open the gates of the Desert Eagle Royal City. At this moment, the array patterns at the entrance of the array formation were also in the shape of the blood crystal. This meant that the blood crystal was the key to opening the array formation. Do you think the yellow-clothed man is here for this demon army? Longting asked curiously. What? That damned little yellow wants to snatch something from us? Preposterous. Little Shuai's tail was wagging. That's possible. However, if this place has something to do with Demon King Desert Eagle, he should be looking for Demon King Desert Eagle. I don't think he came here for that, Mu Yu speculated. Mu Yu wasn't too sure why Tian Buwai was here, and the mysterious yellow-robed man had taken advantage of the chaos to sneak in. He was more purposeful than Heaven Bu waiting and the others. Perhaps he had been lying in wait for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. So someone came faster than me. A thick and solemn voice sounded from the other side of the cave. It was the hooded yellow-clothed man who had touched a sore spot. Holy shit, he's really here for these demon spirits. Mu Yu stood up and stared at the yellow-clothed man with vigilance. Xiao Shuai was originally attracted by the spiritual qi here, who would have thought that the yellow-robed man would also appear here. Mu Yu couldn't see what the yellow-clothed man looked like, but there was a faint trace of a powerful aura that made his heart palpitate. The yellow-clothed man indifferently glanced at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's face was already disguised, so his original appearance couldn't be seen. Xiao Shuai and Long Ting had already quietly returned to Mu Yu's body, so as to avoid exposing their identities. The yellow-clothed man snorted and ignored Mu Yu. He walked straight to one of the demon sealing pools. The blood crystal in his hand emitted a crimson light as it dipped into the pool's surface. Then, the array of the demon sealing pools was broken by him. He stretched out his hand and swept away the dozens of demon spirits in the pool. Stop! You're not allowed to take these, Mu Yu shouted. Xiao Shuai was flustered and exasperated. If Mu Yu hadn't warned him not to come out, he would have already rushed over to snatch the demon spirits from the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man didn't care about Mu Yu at all. He even turned a deaf ear to Mu Yu's words. He had already walked to the second demon sealing pool, broken the array of the second pool, and collected over 100 demon spirit. Xiao Shuai was about to explode in anger. Those were his food. Mu Yu was also very angry. With a wave of his hand, he sent a streak of spiritual energy towards the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man only snorted and raised his hand to destroy Mu Yu's attack. He then continued to walk towards the third demon sealing pool. Mu Yu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the yellow-clothed man. He asked in a deep voice, "You're from the demon race?" The yellow-clothed man didn't even look carefully when he arrived at the demon sealing pool. He directly used the blood crystal to collect the demon spirits. Only someone from the demon race could be so familiar with this place. Scram! The yellow-clothed man simply said. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura surged out from his body. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was like a stormy sea that pressed down on Mu Yu. Mu Yu immediately took out the shadow clone sword to block in front of him. The violent sword aura wasn't to be outdone as it slashed towards the yellow-clothed man. Hey! The yellow-clothed man suddenly raised his head and looked at the sword aura. Then, it landed on Mu Yu's shadow clone sword. With a light wave of his hand, he dissolved the sword aura from Mu Yu. It's actually... The yellow-clothed man looked at the sword in Mu Yu's hand in astonishment. This is the Sky Sword. You're the disciple of Jianying Chen Feng, Mu Yu, right? Mu Yu was slightly shocked. Although everyone in the cultivation world had heard of Jianying Chen Feng's 9 Sky Swords, other than Tian Ran, no one knew that Jianying Chen Feng had already given the 9 Sky Swords to his disciple. They also didn't know what the Sky Swords looked like. This yellow-clothed man had actually exposed Mu Yu's identity just by looking at the shadow clone sword in Mu Yu's hand. Who are you? Mu Yu asked warily. The yellow-clothed man's voice sounded a little familiar. Even when he attacked, Mu Yu felt a sense of familiarity. However, he couldn't remember when he had seen this guy before. The yellow-clothed man sized up Mu Yu and said, "Who I am isn't important. I didn't expect to meet you here. How rare. Leave this place and don't interfere with my work." Mu Yu pointed his sword at him. "You want to help Demon King Desert Eagle make a comeback. I won't let you help the Avildor. Help Demon King Desert Eagle?" The yellow-clothed man snorted and shook his head. I'm not a demon. Then why did you take these demon spirits? Mu Yu asked in surprise. If the other party wasn't a demon, how could he have come here directly? One had to know that this place was like a complicated maze. Mu Yu had only come here because of the glutton little Shuai. He never thought that he would accidentally bump into the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man was silent for a long time. He didn't explain anything. Then, he suddenly waved his hand and an earth-yellow spiritual energy shot towards Mu Yu. Mu Yu was slightly shocked. He wanted to resist, but the other party's strength was far above his. In an instant, Mu Yu was firmly confined to the corner of the wall. The yellow-clothed man had no intention of harming Mu Yu. He only lowered his head and continued to collect the demon spirits in the demon sealing pool. In a short moment, 2/3 of the demon spirits had already been collected by him. Bastard, let go of me. Mu Yu struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the spiritual energy and stop the yellow-clothed man's actions. However, this spiritual energy was too strong. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Little Shuai couldn't bear it any longer and rushed out. Seeing the countless demon spirits being snatched away, his heart was broken. That's mine. Don't take it. I'll fight it out with you. Little Shuai bared his teeth and pounced towards the yellow-clothed man. Dragon Vine also rushed out at the right time, wanting to save Mu Yu. However, the yellow-clothed man waved his hand again and similarly imprisoned Little Shuai and Dragon Vine. Little Shuai, give me back my demon spirit. Little Shuai angrily yelled. Strictly speaking, these demon spirits had nothing to do with Little Shuai. He simply wanted to eat the demon spirits. However, the yellow-clothed man ignored Little Shuai and continued to collect the demon spirits in the demon sealing pool. Soon, only the demon sealing pool and demon spirits were left in the entire cave. It's the last one. Everyone who saw it has a share. How can you be so unreasonable? Little Shuai's lungs were about to explode from anger. The yellow-clothed man raised his head and glanced at Little Shuai. Then, he used the blood crystal to break the last demon sealing pool. This time, he didn't collect the remaining demon spirits. Instead, he straightened his body and walked towards the entrance that Mu Yu came from. I won't kill you. You guys take care of yourselves. The yellow-clothed man's figure had already disappeared into the tunnel. After half an hour, the spiritual energy that imprisoned Mu Yu gradually disappeared. Mu Yu let out a breath and landed on the ground. He walked towards the last demon sealing pool. There were about 50 rank 6 demon spirits and 20 rank 7 demon spirits inside. However, the yellow-clothed man could have taken them all, but he chose to leave a portion behind. What's going on? At least he still has a conscience. He was influenced by me and left some. Little Shuai also struggled to break free from the imprisonment. He jumped into the pool and picked up a demon spirit and bit it. However, just as he bit down on a demon spirit, a two-headed demon fox suddenly rushed out from the demon spirit and screamed in the air. What? Not eating you. But the little yellow man left these for me to eat. Little Shuai's face wasn't thin at all. He could understand the two-headed demon fox's words. Mu Yu pulled Little Shuai up and said, That's enough. There are high-rank demon spirits sealed inside these demon spirits. It seems like there's a way to revive them. Let's not eat them for now. They might be useful in the future. If we can command these high-rank demon beasts, they'll be a very powerful force. Little Shuai muttered a few words and stuffed the demon spirit into Mu Yu's hands. The two-headed demon fox's soul screamed and rushed back into the demon spirit. Originally, there were about 2,000 demon spirits in the demon sealing pool. Who would have thought that the yellow-clothed man would take all of them, leaving behind a pitiful 80 or so demon spirits? This was also because the yellow-clothed man was being polite. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get a single one. Mu Yu was originally planning to rob the demon spirits here. Who would have thought that a yellow-clothed man would appear out of nowhere? Before they could do anything, the yellow-clothed man had already taken them. Stargate's people are here. Let's go. The dragon vine suddenly waved its tail and drilled into Mu Yu's body. There were 2 passages in this cave. Earlier, the yellow-clothed man came from the passage that he came from. Mu Yu listened carefully. Sure enough, he heard some footsteps. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. He quickly put away all the demon spirits, then grabbed little Shuai and stuffed it into his pocket. He then ran towards the passage that he came from. That was also the place where the yellow-clothed man disappeared. However, just as he ran to the passage, the Stargate's people had already rushed in. Why is there another person? You're courting death. Tian Jiancheng's terrifying aura instantly enveloped Mu Yu. Chapter 404. Mu Yu felt as if he was a dog. It was clearly the yellow-robed man who had taken all the demon spirits, and he had only picked up a spoonful of soup to drink. How did he become the sucker? Tian Jiancheng's strength was too terrifying. Fortunately, Mu Yu had seen more than 1 or 2 body integration stage cultivators. Therefore, the other party's pressure didn't scare him. He directly rushed in the direction he had just come from. That was also the place where the yellow-robed man had disappeared. Tian Jiancheng arrived behind Mu Yu in the blink of an eye and almost caught him. However, a dense number of devil vines immediately sprang out from the passage, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws towards Tian Jiancheng. At this critical moment, Mu Yu had no choice but to use his ability to control wood to escape. Otherwise, if he fell into Tian Jiancheng's hands, he would suffer. There are devil vines here? Tian Jiancheng had originally locked onto Mu Yu's aura. He didn't expect that when Mu Yu ran into the passage, he would suddenly disappear, leaving behind countless devil vines that swept towards him. Devil vines were a very common type of moving plant in the cultivation world. They liked to grow in dark and damp places. They specialized in hunting passing prey in the dark. Many ignorant cultivators who stepped into the cave would be entangled and killed by them. The passage was very dark, so when these devil vines appeared, Tian Jiancheng didn't associate them with Mu Yu. Instead, he thought that these devil vines were plants that grew here. Boundless spiritual energy attacked, immediately shaking the devil vines in front of him into pieces. When Tian Jiancheng stepped over the devil vines, Mu Yu had already disappeared into the passage. He released his divine sense, trying to find a trace of Mu Yu's aura. However, Mu Yu seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Tian Jiancheng's face was livid. He could clearly feel that Mu Yu's cultivation just now was only at the out-of-body stage. However, he was able to escape from him, a cultivator at the form synthesis stage. This was a disgrace to him. He returned to the cave. At this moment, Tian Buqi and the others were inspecting the demon sealing pools. Tian Buqi was looking at the demon text on the stalactite. He seemed to understand the demon text here. Clearly, he had specially learned the demon race's language for this trip to find Demon King Desert Eagle. Then, he squatted down and stirred the water. Frowning slightly, he said, "This is the secret demonic beast army of the Sand Eagle Royal City, the demonic sealing pool. Looks like we're a step too late." Tian Jiancheng said indignantly, "It's very likely that the person just now stole it." Unfortunately, he was very lucky and escaped with the help of the Devil's Vine. Zhu Jinglin squatted down to inspect the demon sealing pool's array formation. He was also controlling the runic patterns in his hands. The runic patterns gradually formed the shape of a pagoda on top of the protective array formation. He looked at the pagoda carefully and said in surprise, "This is the blood crystal in the hands of the mysterious yellow-robed man. Could it be that the yellow-robed man also came here? Our goal here isn't just the demon sealing pool. The most important thing is that thing. We can't let those 2 people beat us to it. Let's go." Tian Buqi stood up and walked towards the passage. In the darkness, only the stairs were winding around. Occasionally, there would be a fork in the road. Mu Yu didn't know where it led. He didn't dare to slow down at all. Just now, if the Devil's Vine hadn't covered the entire passage, allowing him to find a crack with great difficulty and crawl in, he might have been caught by Tian Jiancheng by now. Mu Yu didn't crawl in the crack for long before he crawled out and landed in another passage. He continued to run forward without stopping. In order to hurry, he could only come out of Mu Ling's sword and rush through the passage. After running for about 2 hours, Mu Yu finally stopped. The stairs were still going up, but he didn't know where the exit was. This place was really like an underground maze. He couldn't find north at all. The worst thing was that he had encountered countless forks in the past 2 hours. This time, he had to rely on his intuition to choose the path. Unfortunately, the more he chose, the worse it got. "I'm so tired. Let's rest for a while." Little Shuai stood on Mu Yu's shoulder and patted his chest with his little paw. "Tired, your sister? I'm clearly the one running." Mu Yu stretched out his hand and flicked Little Shuai's head. He looked at the 4 forks in front of him and completely lost his temper. "Little Yin corpse points to whoever it is." Little Shuai began to blindly point the way again. "Can't you smell where there's something rich in spirit energy? That way, I can determine the direction." Mu Yu didn't dare to believe in Little Shuai's Little Yin corpse anymore. Now, he didn't know where the people from Stargate were looking for the Desert Eagle Demon King. If they met again, he might not be so lucky to escape. "I don't know. Just now, I realized that there's a strong stench in the passage that's interfering with my sense of smell." Little Shuai's nose twitched as he said dejectedly, "Stench? What stench?" This was the first time Mu Yu heard that Little Shuai's nose could be interfered with. In the past, it could find things rich in spirit energy as accurately as a fly finding a toilet. "I don't know either. This stench can isolate spirit energy. If you don't believe me, you can try to extract spirit energy from the surroundings. See if you can use the spirit energy here to cultivate." Little Shuai shook his big tail. This time, his big tail could no longer gather spirit energy. Mu Yu looked at Little Shuai in confusion. Then, he tried to extract spirit energy from the surroundings to cultivate. Sure enough, it was as Little Shuai said. The spirit energy in the surroundings seemed to be contaminated by something and became extremely impure. It couldn't be used for cultivation. This was difficult. Just now, he was hoping that Little Shuai could find the location of the yellow-clothed man. After all, the yellow-clothed man had so many high-tier demon spirits on him. Unfortunately, once the demon spirits were stored in the Chenkuan pouch, the spirit energy would be isolated. Even Little Shuai couldn't find it. He thought of a possibility. A place that could isolate spirit energy was the most suitable place to seal the Desert Eagle Demon King. Just like the place where the White Ape Demon King was sealed was a spirit energy eye that was specially used to extract spirit energy. If this place could isolate spirit energy, then the effect would be similar to the spirit energy eye of the White Ape Demon King. "Can you find the source of this stench?" Mu Yu asked. "The little mouse can. It grew up eating feces." Dragon Vine interrupted. "Big earthworm, don't talk." Little Shuai unwillingly pointed at the middle of the passage. "Do we have to go there? My nose won't work if we go there." Mu Yu used his actions to tell Little Shuai. He flew in the direction that Little Shuai pointed at. The further they went down the road, the more Mu Yu felt a sense of oppression. Although running in the dark underground passage for half a day was quite oppressive, the passage at this moment was clearly better. The feeling here was as if his head was tightly covered by clothes. It was very uncomfortable. He only walked for half an hour, and suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of him. It seemed that he had finally reached the exit. However, Mu Yu didn't let down his guard. His nerves were stretched tight, worried that something would jump out from somewhere. Mu Yu finally reached the exit of the passage. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't see wrongly. Only then did he exclaim, "Why is it here?" This was a huge underground cast cave, which was several hundred meters high. The surrounding walls were uneven, with stone platforms extending out. There were all kinds of demon beasts and demon clansmen standing there, looking very lifelike. Counting carefully, there were thousands of statues on the walls. Facing the entrance of the passage was a flight of stairs made of real gold. Each flight of stairs was 2 meters wide. There were demons of different forms standing on both sides of the stairs. There were more than 100 flights of stairs, and there were more than 200 demons standing on the stairs. This was the demon race's underground palace that Mu Yu and Xiao Shui had explored in the second heaven. Mu Yu came back to his senses. For a moment, he thought that he had returned to the second heaven. These demons were all statues. They didn't really exist. When Mu Yu first came in, all the statues were staring at him. Although he knew that the statues were fake, Mu Yu still felt a little guilty. That's strange. Could the Desert Eagle King City be related to the demon race's underground palace in the second heaven? Mu Yu muttered. Back then, the White Ape Demon King's inner core was hidden in the second heaven's underground palace. Could it be that the Desert Eagle Demon King's inner core was also hidden here? He raised his head and looked at the top of the stairs. There was a majestic and domineering throne at the top. The throne in the second heaven's underground palace was originally empty. However, a handsome man was sitting on the throne here. This man gave off the feeling of a carefree wanderer. His entire body exuded an indescribable pride. He was clearly sitting there, but it seemed like he was going to soar into the clouds in the next moment. He wanted to compete with the sky, making people look up to him. The king in the sky. Needless to say, this was the statue of the Desert Eagle Demon King. Little Commander, how did you find the Demon King's inner core in the second heaven? Try and see if you can find it here. Mu Yu flew up and landed beside the throne. Back then, he remembered that the White Ape Demon King's inner core was found somewhere above the throne. An ingenious array had been set up there to hide the Demon King's inner core. However, Little Commander shook his head and said, "There shouldn't be any jelly beans here. The smell of jelly beans is different from demon spirits. However, even if there were, I wouldn't be able to find it. It's too smelly here. It's going to stink my nose." Mu Yu touched the noble throne made of red jade and sized up the handsome man in front of him. It had to be said that demon kings looked different from other demon race members. They looked no different from ordinary self-cultivators, but were much more domineering than ordinary self-cultivators. Thinking about the White Ape Demon King, although this guy was very shameless, he was indeed powerful and domineering. He gave people the impression that he was imposing without being angry. The Desert Eagle Demon King in front of him didn't lose out to the White Ape Demon King in terms of temperament. Hey! Isn't this the blood crystal? Mu Yu's gaze fell on a pendant on the Desert Eagle Demon King's chest. It was a blood-red blood crystal pagoda. It was exactly the same as the blood crystal in the yellow-robed man's hand. However, it was smaller and appeared more exquisite. The blood crystal was an extremely rare item. If Mu Yu had obtained the blood crystal earlier, he would have already plundered all the demon spirits in the demon sealing pool. He wouldn't even need to wait for the yellow-clothed man to intervene. Mu Yu thought about the benefits of the blood crystal and reached out to take it off the Desert Eagle Demon King's neck. However, at that moment, the Desert Eagle Demon King, who was originally just a statue, suddenly reached out and grabbed Mu Yu's wrist. At the same time, the Desert Eagle Demon King turned his head to look at Mu Yu. A red light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "You dare to behave atrociously in my territory? F***ck your mother, he's a zombie." Little Commander, who was on Mu Yu's shoulder, was so frightened that all the hair on his body stood on end. Chapter 405. The red light in Desert Eagle's eyes was like a sharp awl that pierced into Mu Yu's eyes, causing his mind to tremble. He attacked without hesitation with the shadow clone sword in his hand, slashing at Desert Eagle. Desert Eagle raised his hand to block, and a powerful spiritual energy spread out. Mu Yu broke free from Desert Eagle's restraints, and with a few flashes, he pulled away from Desert Eagle. "Lowly human, how dare you challenge my dignity here?" Desert Eagle stood up from his throne, and a king's aura that looked down on the world spread out, enveloping all the statues. Then, the statues all creaked and moved. "Why are you so weak? No, you're not the real Desert Eagle." Mu Yu shook his wrist. If it was really Desert Eagle, with Mu Yu's current cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to break free. Not to mention, Mu Yu had taken the opportunity to snatch the blood crystal. Desert Eagle stared at the blood crystal in Mu Yu's hand with a cold expression. "How dare you snatch what's mine? I'll kill you without mercy." He pointed his finger at the sky, and a red light soared into the sky, entering the top of the cave. Then, the entire cave was illuminated by the red light. The blood-red light looked very demonic, and all the statues came to life. I know where this stench comes from. Back in the second layer of the Palace of Heaven and Earth, there was a grey aura that made the statues come to life. It was similar to this stench. Little Shuai poked his head out of Mu Yu's clothes and muttered softly, "It's fine. Even if we encounter a demon king's inner core now, we can still fight," Mu Yu said. Back in the second layer of the Palace of Heaven, he was only at the nascent soul stage, and it was very difficult for him to deal with the remnant consciousness of the white ape demon king's inner core. But now that Mu Yu was at the out-of-body stage, he was no longer afraid of anything. However, what made Mu Yu feel strange was that these statues didn't have any intention of attacking Mu Yu. They just stood there and shouted wildly, as if they were chanting something. Their syllables were very neat and orderly, echoing in the huge cave, causing strange waves of air to ripple in the air. The airwaves intertwined in the air and absorbed all the blood-red light. Then, these airwaves gradually formed a ring with complex and mysterious patterns in the middle. Then, an ancient coffin slowly floated out from the middle of the airwaves. There were intricate carvings on the coffin, and there were a few ferocious desert eagles spreading their wings. They were exactly the same as the desert eagles seen at the city gate. Waves of demonic red light wrapped around the coffin, and there seemed to be some kind of low sound coming from the coffin. It sounded like light breathing, and it was very frightening. What the hell is this? Is Demon Monarch Desert Hawk sealed in this coffin? Mu Yu frowned. However, this was impossible because the Demon King was sealed by the human race. It was impossible for the human race to seal the Demon King in the underground palace of the demon race. Otherwise, wouldn't the demon race easily find the Demon King? Then, what was inside the coffin? Mu Yu looked around and realized that there were countless passages in the towering cave, but he didn't know where they led. These passages were trembling slightly, as if something was about to rush out. Even the passage that Mu Yu came in was the same. Sharp screeches suddenly came from the various passages, and there was also the sound of flapping wings. Then, countless shadows rushed out. Upon closer inspection, these were actually the souls of the Desert Eagle demonic beast. About a few hundred Desert Eagle demonic beast souls gradually gathered in the air, forming a huge Desert Eagle. This Desert Eagle was mighty and domineering. Although it was only a soul, it had a soul-stirring power. It looked up to the sky and screeched. The cry of the eagle turned into a red bolt of lightning, striking the rock wall at the top of the cave. The rock wall rumbled and then split to the left and right, revealing the blood-red sky. A gigantic desert eagle flitted across the sky from time to time before it turned into a shadow and shot into the city. It was the relief sculpture of the desert eagle that had spread its wings and soared high above the city gates. The relief sculpture of the Desert Eagle and the Desert Eagle demonic beast souls fused together perfectly. The entire Desert Eagle had an additional spiritual aura, and the color of its body began to change. A terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth burst out from its body. It was actually comparable to a body fusion stage cultivator. Damn, even a random bird has the cultivation of a body fusion stage cultivator. How am I supposed to play with this? Mu Yu looked at the huge desert eagle soaring in the sky with fear in his heart. Elegant golden feathers grew out of the top of the desert eagle's head, and its entire body was covered in a brown glow. It was completely different from the lifeless relief sculpture on the city gate. Its wings were over 10 meters wide, and its feathers were as hard as iron. They flickered with a red glow, and a pair of pitch-black sharp claws emitted a cold murderous aura. It was as if they were invincible divine weapons, forcing people to avoid them. The phantom gerfalcon companion demonic servant. It's really here. A surprised voice suddenly came from a passage 20 meters above Mu Yu. On the platform in front of the passage stood a group of people from Stargate. Leading them was Tian Bushi. Tian Bushi and the others also noticed Mu Yu. However, when they saw that Mu Yu's cultivation was only at the out-of-body stage, they snorted contemptuously and focused all their attention on the desert eagle flying around the coffin in the sky. Clearly, the desert eagle in the sky was more important to them. The phantom gerfalcon companion demonic servant. Tian Bushi, did they come for this desert eagle? Mu Yu carefully retreated to the entrance of the passage. Everyone from Stargate had a higher cultivation than him. They could kill him in minutes, so he had to be careful. Phantom Gerfalcon companion demonic servant, Mu Yu felt like he had heard of it somewhere before. He suddenly remembered that when he was at Mount Luo Chen, his master Feng Haochen would always tell them many interesting things about the cultivation world. He remembered that his master had once said that the fastest flying bird in the world was the desert eagle. The king of the desert eagles was called the Gerfalcon. It was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. Until now, there was nothing that could surpass its speed. Could the desert eagle demonic servant king be the Gerfalcon? So the carving on the gate just now was the body of the ghost falcon. I really misjudged it. Everyone, be careful. Its speed is second only to the desert eagle demonic servant king. We have to catch it. Only by catching it can we find the seal of the desert eagle demonic servant king. Tian Bushi ordered his subordinates. Yes, young master. Tian Jiancheng and the others said respectfully. However, a discordant voice suddenly came from the stone platform in another passage. You want to touch our demonic servant king's ghost falcon? 6 demonic servants stood on the stone platform in front of the passage, coldly looking at the people from Stargate. The leader was the demonic prince that they met in 8 Grass Village. It was said that he was the descendant of the green dragon demonic servant king, Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun had already broken through to the spirit severing stage. Behind him were 2 white-haired elders with unfathomable strength. They stood there calmly, like 2 silent mountains, pressing down on everyone's heart. The rest of the demonic servants were all in the spirit severing stage, and their auras were not ordinary. I knew it would be unreasonable if you demonic servants didn't show up in this situation. Mu Yu's gaze swept across the other passageways. He felt that there should be one person missing. The mysterious yellow-robed man who came out of nowhere and swept away all the demon spirits must be somewhere else. The demonic servants and the people from Stargate looked at each other in the air, creating hostile sparks. The 2 elders of the demonic servants were also in the form synthesis stage. Their auras were not below that of Tian Jiancheng and Tian Jiancheng. Thousands of years ago, the 10 great demonic servant kings of the demonic servants ruled their own territories. Just like the 8 gates, they were united but did not interfere with each other. Each demonic servant king had his own king city. If the demonic servants of the other demonic servants wanted to enter another king city, they had to get permission first. These demonic servants were basically the subordinates of demonic servant king Green Dragon. Therefore, they could not enter demonic servant king Desert Eagle's king city through the Yin Corpse formation. Unless they had the token that belonged to demonic servant king Desert Eagle like the yellow-robed man had. I thought you demonic servants didn't dare to come out. Tian Buwait frowned slightly when he saw the demonic servants. However, his expression did not change. He was still as gentle as ever. The other people from Stargate did not look good. They had lost half of their men in the Yin Corpse formation. This was the territory of the demonic servants. If they really fought with the demonic servants now, the situation would not be optimistic. However, there were 6 people from Stargate, including Zhu Jinglin. They could still fight. Long Xingyun was still arrogant. He sneered, Tian Buwait, how dare you touch the things of the demonic servants? You are asking for death. Long Xingyun and the others had arrived at Desert Forest a long time ago. They were looking for Desert Eagle's companion demon servant, Ghost Falcon. However, because the Desert Eagle Demon King's token had been lost for thousands of years, they could not directly enter the Desert Eagle Royal City. When the people from Stargate found this place, they hid and waited for an opportunity to strike. In the end, even the people from Stargate were helpless. In the end, it was a mysterious man in yellow who took care of them. Haha. Are you the demon race's ghost falcons? Why don't you try to control this ghost falcon and see if it will listen to your orders? Tian Buwait smiled. Long Xingyun put away his arrogance and pulled a long face. The ghost falcon was the servant of the Desert Eagle Demon King, Hai Dongqing. It was a very powerful demon with the fastest speed in the world, second only to Hai Dongqing. Because of this, It would only listen to the orders of the Desert Eagle Demon King. After the Desert Eagle Demon King was sealed thousands of years ago, its demon soul was extracted by the Desert Eagle Demon King's people using a special method so that it could live on and wait for the Desert Eagle Demon King to return. Obviously, if there were no special circumstances, the Ghost Falcon would not be allowed to resuscitation at this time. Whether the Ghost Falcon listens to us or not, it's not something you filthy humans can touch. Long Xingyun sneered. When the two groups of people were at each other's throats, they did not care about the out-of-body stage Mu Yu who was in the corner. Mu Yu did not have any intention of interfering. His current cultivation was nothing in front of these two groups of people, so there was no way he could compete with them for anything. Needless to say, Stargate and the demon race would have a fierce battle soon. To Mu Yu, it did not matter who won or lost. It had nothing to do with him anyway. He only wanted to see if he could take advantage of the situation and create some trouble for these people. The statue of the Desert Eagle Demon King standing in front of the throne suddenly roared into the sky. It leaped up high and landed on the back of the Ghost Falcon that was flying in the sky. The statue of the Desert Eagle Demon King did not care about anyone else, including the demon race led by Long Xingyun. He was the only one in the cave who was staring at Mu Yu, as if he wanted to skin Mu Yu alive. Filthy human, hand over the exquisite Desert Eagle, the statue of the Desert Eagle Demon King said angrily. His words echoed in the cave for a long time, attracting everyone's attention. What? The exquisite Desert Eagle is with this kid. Long Xingyun finally looked at Mu Yu, his eyes filled with endless murderous intent. Heaven Buwai and the others were also shocked. They did not know about this at all. Everyone in the cave had their eyes fixed on Mu Yu. They all released their pressure on Mu Yu without holding back. Everyone here had a higher cultivation than Mu Yu, not to mention many of them were in the form synthesis stage. There was even a bird in the form synthesis stage who was eyeing him covetously. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just here to be a bystander. Mu Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had become the target of public criticism again. Chapter 406. Everyone in the cave was looking at the out-of-body stage Mu Yu. Whether they were from the Yarrow clan or the Stargate, they all wanted the exquisite Desert Eagle from Mu Yu. However, Mu Yu had no idea what the exquisite Desert Eagle was. All he did was pull the exquisite Desert Eagle off its neck when he was fighting with the statue. It seemed like this item was very valuable. Otherwise, whether they were from the Yarrow clan or the Stargate, they would all want to kill Mu Yu when they heard about the exquisite Desert Eagle. Mu Yu didn't say a word. He immediately ran into the tunnel behind him. So many people wanted the exquisite Desert Eagle. It was obvious that this item was very valuable. Even though he didn't know what the exquisite Desert Eagle was for, Mu Yu didn't want to see it fall into the hands of either side. However, the Ghost Falcon screeched in the air. Then, stone doors suddenly fell from the top of all the tunnels, completely blocking them. Mu Yu used all his strength to hit the stone doors, but they didn't move at all. It was over. His escape route was cut off. Kid, hand over the exquisite Desert Eagle and I'll leave your corpse intact. Long Xingyun stared at Mu Yu from above. His eyes were full of murderous intent. The body fusion stage masters behind him were already attacking Mu Yu. However, Tian Jiancheng snorted and blocked the attacks. Tian Buwai smiled. Long Xingyun, where did you get the confidence to threaten us human self-cultivators? Fellow cultivator, don't worry. As long as I'm here, the Yarrow clan won't hurt a hair on your head. Tian Buwai's voice was very gentle. Compared to Long Xingyun's threats, his words were much more pleasant. No matter who it was, when they saw such a kind face, they couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. If Mu Yu didn't know that this person was sinister and hypocritical, and if he didn't try his best to kill Deadwood's father, he might really choose to believe that heaven doesn't wait. Really? It seems that Stargate is bent on fighting against us shifters. Long Xingyun said coldly. Tian Buwai laughed. We humans have never had any friendship with you demons. The Threefold Palace will not allow a second White Ape Demon King to appear. Therefore, you demons should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Today, I will definitely protect the people of our human race. I won't give you any chance to kill. After saying that, Tian Buwai turned to Mu Yu and asked, I believe this fellow Daoist has the same idea as me. We are all humans, so we naturally have a common enemy against the demon clan, don't we? Oh, right. May I know your name, fellow Daoist? If it were any other cultivator, they would have rushed to the Stargate in gratitude and asked for the protection of the Stargate when they saw that the young master of the Stargate was being so courteous. Unfortunately, this person was Mu Yu, a person who wanted nothing more than to destroy Stargate. My name, huh? I'm just a nobody. Mu Yu had already used so many fake names that he couldn't be bothered to come up with another one. He sneered in his heart. Needless to say, he knew that if he left with the people of Stargate with the Desert Eagle lingering spirit, the moment he reached a deserted place, the Stargate would probably kill him. Since fellow Daoist doesn't want to say your name, I will respect your choice. However, fellow Daoist can come to my side. The Stargate will protect you at all costs. Tian Buwai said. Mu Yu hid his hatred well. Before he had absolute power, he wouldn't reveal his killing intent to Tian Buwai. You want me to ask for Tian Buwai's help? Dream on. Since you all want the Desert Eagle lingering spirit so much, I wonder if anyone can explain what it is. Mu Yu had already put away the Desert Eagle lingering spirit. He wasn't stupid enough to take it out to show off. However, he really didn't know what the Desert Eagle lingering spirit was that both sides valued it so much. Fellow Daoist, you actually don't know what the Desert Eagle lingering spirit is? Tian Buwai was surprised. Everyone here was here for the Desert Eagle lingering spirit and the Ghost Falcon lingering spirit, but the only person who got the Desert Eagle lingering spirit didn't know what it was. PH, come to the Desert Eagle Royal City without knowing anything. I think you should go ask the King of Hell. Kill this brat for me and get the Desert Eagle lingering spirit. Long Xingyun didn't want to waste his breath. Although he was arrogant and had lost to Shimen Wuji due to his carelessness, it was clear that the best choice was to attack directly. After all, Mu Yu was a human. If the Yarrow clan wanted the Desert Eagle lingering spirit, they could only do it by force. The two body integration stage elders behind him rushed toward Mu Yu. However, Tian Zhencheng and the other body integration stage cultivator, Tian Zhangye, had already rushed toward the body integration stage elders of the Yarrow clan. The others, including Zhu Jinglin of the Talisman sect, also leaped into the air. The magic treasures in their hands shot out and shone brightly. Spiritual energy splashed in all directions and shook the entire cavern. This cast cave was a few hundred meters high. The battle between the demon clan and the heavenly star sect members flashed in the air from time to time. The violent spiritual power directly smashed some of the statues into pieces. Smoke and dust swirled in the air, and gravel kept rolling down. Surprisingly, even the body integration stage cultivators couldn't leave any deep marks on the walls of the cavern. The entire cavern was very sturdy. There were no signs of it collapsing. The Desert Eagle Demon King's underground palace was indeed extraordinary. Tian Buwai and Long Xingyun didn't move. They just stood there and watched each other. At the same time, they locked onto the out-of-body stage Mu Yu. In their eyes, Mu Yu was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whichever side won, this lamb would belong to them. Mu Yu stuck close to the wall. He needed to find a crack in the wall. If things went south, he would merge with Mu Ling and rush out through the crack. Just like he did in the underground palace in the second heaven. However, he was shocked to find that the walls here were much sturdier than the broken underground palace in the second heaven. He couldn't find a single crack in the wall. The Ghost Falcon in the air didn't join the battle. Under the command of the Desert Eagle Demon King statue, it flapped its huge wings and rushed toward Mu Yu. Resuscitation of the Ghost Falcon was not supposed to happen at this time. However, Mu Yu had taken the exquisite Desert Eagle from the Gerfalcon statue. That strange statue wasn't as powerful as Mu Yu. Therefore, it had no choice but to summon the Ghost Falcon to deal with Mu Yu. The statue didn't show any intimacy with Long Xingyun and the others. Its job was only to protect the exquisite Desert Eagle. The other demons were no different from humans in its eyes. The ghost falcon came with great momentum. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws were already grabbing at Mu Yu. Mu Yu gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to rely on Mu Ling to escape this fatal attack. However, it wasn't a wise choice to show his ability to control wood in front of so many people. Moreover, Mu Ling's sword didn't grow plants that were invincible. It would be difficult to escape with Mu Ling's sword. The ghost falcon was too fast. Even Tian Buwai and Long Xingyun couldn't stop it. However, even if they could stop it, they probably wouldn't. As long as Mu Yu died, Exquisite Desert Eagle wouldn't run around anymore. Just as Mu Yu was about to merge with Mu Ling, the stone door behind him suddenly exploded. A yellow shadow suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yu. It was the mysterious yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man looked at the ghost falcon and only snorted lightly. He directly threw a punch over. The yellow spirit energy with the power to destroy heaven and earth hit the ghost falcon's sharp claws. The ghost falcon screamed and flew out, heavily falling on the other side of the rock wall. "Holy shit, the minion is so strong," Little Shuai said in fear as he pulled Mu Yu's clothes. He was just cursing at the minion. He didn't expect the minion to send the ghost falcon flying with one punch. Mu Yu was also shocked. He didn't know the yellow-clothed man's true cultivation. Even in the demon sealing pool, the yellow-clothed man easily took down Mu Yu without revealing his true cultivation. The ghost falcon was a body integration stage demon beast. Since it was sent flying by the yellow-clothed man with one punch, it meant that the yellow-clothed man's cultivation was at least at the body integration stage. "Follow the passage and leave this place," the yellow-clothed man said coldly. Mu Yu took 2 steps toward the passage and stopped. He asked, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" For some reason, Mu Yu felt that the yellow-clothed man was familiar. However, he also felt that he was a stranger. With the yellow-robed man's cultivation, it wouldn't be excessive for him to take away all the demon spirits in the demon sealing pool. However, not only did he leave some for Mu Yu, he even helped Mu Yu at a critical moment. What was the yellow-robed man's purpose for doing this? "Take the exquisite desert eagle and leave this place. Don't get involved in this matter. It won't do you any good." The yellow-clothed man didn't answer Mu Yu's question directly. Instead, he turned and walked toward the throne. Mu Yu stared at the yellow-clothed man's back. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward the passage. He couldn't stay here for long. There were so many people eyeing him. Since the yellow-clothed man had created an opportunity for him to escape, there was no need for him to stay. When Long Xingyun and Tian Buy saw the yellow-clothed man, they both frowned. Just now, it was this mysterious person who had opened the gates of the Desert Eagle Kingdom with the Desert Eagle Demon King's token, the blood crystal. Now, this person had suddenly appeared here and even saved the person who had the blood crystal. Just who was this person? Hand over the exquisite Desert Eagle. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Long Xingyun slashed his long sword at Mu Yu. His severed soul stage cultivation enveloped Mu Yu. Mu Yu dodged and dodged Long Xingyun's sword. Tian Buy had also silently approached Mu Yu. He flew toward Mu Yu. He wanted to take the exquisite desert eagle as well. However, the yellow-clothed man only snorted. A powerful aura spread out and pushed Long Xingyun and Tian Buy back. At the same time, he stood beside the throne made of red jade and looked up at the coffin in the air. Since the coffin appeared, no one seemed to care about what was inside. Everyone's attention was on the ghost falcon. They ignored this ancient object. The coffin was about 2 meters wide. Aside from the desert eagle carving, there was nothing else that stood out. It didn't even emit any aura. Immediately after, the yellow-clothed man shot out a tyrannical yellow spirit power from his hand, instantly wrapping around the coffin. Then, the coffin suddenly shook violently. The shaking was so violent that it was as if a heavy stone had suddenly smashed into everyone's chest, causing their minds to ripple. The demons and Stargate people who were in the middle of a fierce battle couldn't help but stop. They looked at the coffin in the air in shock. They didn't know what was going on. Dong. Chapter 407. The trembling of the coffin attracted everyone's attention. They didn't understand what was going on. However, the ghost falcon suddenly screeched, and then turned into a shadow and rushed towards the coffin, as if it wanted to protect the coffin. However, the man in yellow just waved his hand and the ghost falcon was sent flying again. The statue of the desert eagle on the back of the ghost falcon was furious. He roared, "Don't do this to it." Impatient. The man in yellow turned his head and looked at the statue of the desert eagle. He didn't do anything, but the statue was directly torn apart and turned into gravel. What terrifying strength! Although the statue of the desert eagle demon king had come to life due to some strange demonic technique, it still had the strength of an out-of-body stage cultivator. Who would have thought that it would be smashed to pieces by a single glance from the yellow-robed man? Everyone looked at each other. Whether it was the Monster Clan or the elders of the Stargate, they were all shocked. It was not difficult for them to break an out-of-body stage statue, but it was the first time that they had seen a method like the man in yellow that could silently break a statue without any fluctuation of spiritual chi. The yellow spiritual chi wrapped around the coffin, and the coffin trembled violently again. It was as if a heavy hammer had hit everyone's heart. The coffin trembled slowly, and then a crack appeared from the center. A heavy aura came out of the crack. Everyone felt as if their consciousness was about to leave their bodies, as if something was tearing their bodies apart. Everyone hurriedly held their breaths and calmed their minds, forcibly suppressing the strange feeling in their bodies. At the same time, they looked at the coffin in surprise. They didn't understand why this seemingly ordinary coffin had such a huge contrast. The four sides of the coffin suddenly opened like flowers, revealing a thick and solid stone coffin. The surface of this stone coffin was very rough, and there was nothing eye-catching about it. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like a high mountain. The surrounding aura was getting heavier and heavier, and a strong suction force came from the ground. Everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, and even flying was a little difficult. In the entire cave, whether it was the four elders of the form synthesis stage or the other people of the spirit severing stage, they all felt a sense of strain and couldn't move their bodies. However, Mu Yu was the only one who remained unscathed. The heavy aura seemed to have no effect on him at all. Other than him, there was also the mysterious man in yellow. What exactly is inside this sarcophagus? Mu Yu could also feel the heavy pressure, but when the pressure flowed around him, it seemed to flow away from him like a branch. It didn't make him feel as if he was burdened. "Let's go closer and take a look," Little Shui suggested. Mu Yu leaped high into the air and landed on the stone platform closest to the sarcophagus, carefully examining the entire sarcophagus. However, the sarcophagus was still as inconspicuous as ever. There weren't any extra patterns on it, nor were there any patterns or decorations. It was just a piece of rough stone. The yellow-robed man floated up and stood on top of the sarcophagus. He turned to Mu Yu and said indifferently, "Leave this place." The purpose of the yellow-robed man was different from the others. The Devil Race and Stargate people came here for the Ghost Falcon, but he came here purely for this strange sarcophagus. Mu Yu frowned. He glanced at the Devil Race and Stargate people who were being suppressed by the heavy aura. At this moment, Tian Bushi also had a strained expression. However, the heavenly star shield appeared around him, protecting all of his people. The heavy aura didn't make them lose their ability to move. He knew that even if he rushed over, he wouldn't be able to kill Tian Bushi with his out-of-body stage strength. With so many form synthesis stage and spirit severing stage cultivators around him, Mu Yu wouldn't have any chance to make a move. He didn't hesitate anymore. He tapped his foot and flew towards the top of the cave. "Stop. Leave the desert eagle Linglong behind." Long Xingyun gritted his teeth and wanted to fly up, but he only flew a few meters before falling down. The heavy pressure made it very difficult for them to fly. Mu Yu flew to the top of the cave. He was surprised to find himself in a strange city. This city was obviously the Sand Eagle Kingdom, and it was no different from a human city. There were streets, courtyards, and shops. However, at this moment, the entire city was dead silent, and the houses were dilapidated. Occasionally, one could see a few withered old trees drooping down weakly. Thousands of years had destroyed the entire city. The prosperity of the past was no longer there. The top of the underground cave was located in a square in the center of the Desert Eagle royal city. This square was like a sacrificial altar. Ancient and difficult to understand devil race characters were carved on it. Beside the sacrificial altar was a statue of a ghost falcon in high spirits. It was about to spread its wings and soar. On the back of the ghost falcon was the handsome Desert Eagle demon king, Gerfalcon. Not far away, there was a dilapidated wall that resembled a palace. It was like a palace among mortals. One could imagine how majestic and magnificent it was in the past. Unfortunately, all that was left were broken bricks and tiles. It left behind an afterimage that made people sigh at the past. It was obvious that the Desert Eagle Demon King didn't live in the underground palace. He lived in this palace. The underground palace might be some kind of forbidden area for the devil race. The mysterious yellow-robed man stepped on the sarcophagus and flew out of the cave. Then, he shot out an earthy yellow spiritual power from his hand and instantly covered the crack on the altar. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the ground. A stone slab slowly moved from under the altar and sealed the entrance of the underground cave again. He glanced at Muyu and said, "If you don't want the devil race and Stargate to cause trouble for you, leave the Desert Eagle royal city quickly. They will come out of the Desert Eagle Demon King's palace soon." The entrance to the maze-like underground tunnel of the devil race was in the palace in the distance. Muyu looked at the man in yellow curiously. The man in yellow was standing on the stone coffin. He moved the entire stone coffin out as if he wanted to take it away. Muyu felt that this strange stone coffin must mean something to the devil race. However, Long Xingyun, Tian Buqi, and the others had misjudged it. It didn't make sense. "What's in this stone coffin?" Muyu asked. The man in yellow didn't answer him. He turned around and walked towards the city gate of the Desert Eagle royal city. Muyu looked at the man in yellow's back. This man's cultivation was much higher than his. Muyu couldn't stop the man in yellow with his strength alone, so he didn't think of stopping him. Then, as if he thought of something, he shouted at the man in yellow, "Hey! Why didn't you catch that ghost falcon? The devil race and Stargate want it so badly. It must be very valuable." With Muyu's cultivation, it was impossible for him to tame the ghost falcon. However, he didn't want the ghost falcon to fall into the hands of the devil race or Stargate. According to Long Xingyun, the ghost falcon was the key to finding where the Devil King Desert Eagle was sealed. The Devil King Desert Eagle could break free from the seal, but it couldn't fall into the hands of Stargate. In comparison, he wanted the ghost falcon to be captured by this mysterious man in yellow so that he could ruin Stargate's plan. The man in yellow didn't seem to be interested in the ghost falcon at all. He was here for the stone coffin. Maybe he was looking for something in the underground palace just now. The man in yellow's voice came from afar. "Without the exquisite Desert Eagle, no one can catch the ghost falcon." Muyu was stunned. Exquisite Desert Eagle. Was he referring to the exquisite pagoda he got from the statue of the Devil King Desert Eagle? He hurriedly took out the Linglong treasure pagoda and carefully examined this pagoda that was only the size of an index finger. Very soon, his eyes widened because through the small window of the pagoda, he was shocked to find a miniature ghost falcon lying on the ground, its aura dispirited and listless. This was the miniature version of the giant ghost falcon. Huh! When did this big bird get into the pagoda? Xiao Shui popped his head out in surprise. Muyu was also surprised. He put his foot close to his eyes and wanted to take a closer look at the ghost falcon. However, the ghost falcon let out a soft cry and pecked at Muyu's eyes provocatively. However, it was blocked by the small window. No wonder Long Xingyun and Tian Buqi showed killing intent when they heard that the exquisite Desert Eagle was with him. It turned out that the exquisite Desert Eagle was the nest of the ghost falcon. Who would have thought that while the Devil Race and Stargate people were fighting each other, Muyu would be the third party to benefit. He would be able to get what they were fighting for. However, there was a new problem. He didn't know anything about the ghost falcon. He didn't know how to tame this fierce bird. He also didn't know how to use it to find the Devil King Desert Eagle's seal. Are you not interested in the ghost falcon at all? Mu Yu raised his head to look at the yellow-clothed person. However, the yellow-clothed person had already disappeared. Mu Yu remembered what the yellow-clothed person said. Tian Buki and the others were most likely trying to find a way out of the underground. He couldn't stay here for long. It was best to leave as soon as possible. He quickly rushed out of the city gate. He rushed out of the gate and returned to the yin corpse array. At this moment, there were still many yin corpses on the ground. They didn't know what to do. It was clear that Mu Yu had moved the array core away. There was no one to command them. Mu Yu turned back into Feng Mu's appearance and took out the array core crystal. As long as he had this array core crystal, he could control these yin corpses at any time. It was a good thing that he had moved it out. With a thought, all the yin corpses began to move again. He ran to the large pit that Master Lu had created. Then he personally pushed the yin corpses away. Finally he found Master Lu, who was lying at the bottom of the pit. Master Lu was afraid of the yin corpses, so he didn't dare move for a long time. He was afraid that the yin corpses would tear him to pieces. When Mu Yu pushed the yin corpses away, Master Lu was shocked. He stood up and anxiously asked, "Feng Mu, are you alright? I just saw you being submerged by the yin corpses. I thought you were already dead. You aren't a yin corpse, right?" Master Lu vigilantly looked at Mu Yu. He wanted to see if Mu Yu was missing a piece of flesh or a piece of skin. It was a pity that Mu Yu was completely unharmed, only his face was covered in dirt. Mu Yu quickly made up a story. "Master Lu, I'm fine. Those yin corpses just dragged me down and wanted to kill me. But then I saw a mysterious yellow-clothed man. I don't know why he didn't kill me. Instead he told me to stop the people from Stargate and the demonic beasts from entering Sand Eagle King City. I followed his instructions and fiddled with some mechanisms. Then he let me leave." Master Lu suspiciously looked at Mu Yu. He didn't believe Mu Yu's words, but after he confirmed that Mu Yu wasn't injured, he let out a sigh of relief and brought him out of the pit. Mu Yu pointed at Sand Eagle King City's gates and said, "Right now the people from Stargate and the demonic beasts are about to come out. That mysterious yellow-clothed man told us to quickly leave this place. He wants to use the yin corpse array to deal with the people from Stargate and the demonic beasts." Sand Eagle King City had already opened a crack. The eagle carvings on the city gates had disappeared, so it was a bit more convincing. When Master Lu heard that the yin corpse array was about to be reactivated, his face turned pale. The yin corpse array that couldn't be killed had left a deep impression on him. He quickly said, "Then let's quickly leave this place. When you go back, you have to tell me everything that happened in this disaster. You can't leave out a single thing." Mu Yu quickly promised. He quietly controlled the yin corpses. These yin corpses began to stir and their bodies began to release killing intent. Master Lu also noticed the change in the yin corpses. He was afraid that they would attack him again, so he quickly brought Mu Yu back to the barrier. Chapter 408. There were people from Stargate waiting outside the yin corpse array, but when Mu Yu went out, he found that all the people from Stargate had been killed. Master Lu was still shocked. It was a big deal that the people of Stargate had died innocently. Mu Yu was not surprised. Among these people, the highest cultivation was at the spirit severing stage. Whether it was the monster clan or the yellow-clothed man, they could have killed these people to save trouble. In order to avoid suspicion, Master Lu hurriedly took Mu Yu out of the desert forest. Along the way, Mu Yu tried his best to fabricate all kinds of strange reasons to hide what had happened in the underground palace. Many times, he just brushed it off. In the end, he even said that the mysterious man had made him lose his memory. Fortunately, Master Lu honestly believed that it was lucky to escape from death. In addition, the yin corpse array had indeed left a huge shadow on him, so he didn't suspect anything. But halfway through, Master Lu suddenly patted his head and said seriously, "No, I forgot one thing." Mu Yu was glad that his excuse was effective when Master Lu came up with such a sentence. He thought that Master Lu was suspicious of something. "What did you forget?" Mu Yu didn't want to make up any more excuses. It was very tiring to fill in all kinds of loopholes when lying. Master Lu snorted heavily. I should have waited for that bastard Zhu Jinglin to come out and let him see that you are still alive. In this way, we can prove that the disciples of the Foundation establishment stage of the Matrix sect are better than those of the Talisman sect. That bastard is so cruel and merciless that he even killed his own guardian. He is really unreasonable. If he sees that you are still alive, he will definitely shut up in front of me in the future. The disciples of our Matrix sect have been inferior to them all these years. It's not easy for us to hold our heads high in front of them. Oh my God. Why do you still want to show off at this time? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly said, Master Lu, let's go quickly. You've forgotten that there's still a mysterious genius senior brother in the array sect. You should focus your attention on him. After saying this, Mu Yu embarrassedly remembered that he seemed to be that mysterious genius senior brother. Master Lu stroked his beard and nodded. You're right. I have to hurry back to the array sect and invite that shy child out. Right now, the Talisman Grandmaster is becoming more and more arrogant. He has even latched onto the coattails of Stargate. On the other hand, our array faction is getting worse and worse. At this time, he is still hiding his strength. How infuriating. Do you think I would harm him? Sigh. But even if I'm angry, if he can really stand up, I'll definitely train him at all costs. The more Master Lu spoke, the more depressed he became. In order to find this mysterious genius disciple, he could be said to have taken great pains. What the array faction lacked the most right now was Xiantian disciples. It was not easy for a Zhongtian disciple to appear who was able to break the array tablet, and had the potential to become a Xiantian disciple. But this mysterious genius did not cherish this opportunity, causing Master Lu to almost pull out his beard. If he knew that Feng Mu was the mysterious genius he was looking for, perhaps he wouldn't be so distressed. Mu Yu rubbed his nose. Looking at Master Lu's sighing appearance, he felt a little apologetic. To be honest, Master Lu was a very responsible elder. When he did things, he would always talk about the development of the array faction. He was also very good to Zhongtian disciples, unlike Zhu Jinglin of the Talisman Grandmaster who had his array guardian self-destruct in order to escape. However, even Master Lu could not stop the decline of the array faction, because the array faction's sect master was not him. The array faction had a total of 19 masters, including Master Lu. The sect master's name was Zhuge Xiaosheng. Mu Yu had never seen him before. A Xiantian array master usually had a lot of work to do. Many sects or cities would send a Xiantian array master when they needed a large array formation, so they were often not seen. Usually, Zhongtian disciples would see Master Lu the most, so they all respected him very much. In addition to Master Lu, Mu Yu had also seen another Xiantian array master. His name was Sichu Yangtian, and he always had a sour expression on his face, as if someone owed him 250 spirit stones. He was also responsible for teaching the culmination disciples. Compared to Master Lu, who had a strong sense of responsibility, everyone did not like Sichu Yangtian's classes. Mu Yu also had a bad impression of the Talisman Grandmaster after seeing Zhu Jinglin ruthlessly kill the array guardian. Since he had come to the array faction to learn array techniques, and the Talisman Grandmaster was suppressing the array faction, then it would be understandable if he could help the array faction defeat the Talisman Grandmaster. Half a year later, the array talisman competition would be held. Mu Yu had indeed considered helping the array faction win. After Mu Yu returned to the array faction, everything went on as usual. He was too lazy to care about whether the Stargate and the monster race had successfully walked out of the Yin Corpse array. After the array core crystal left the Yin Corpse array, it could no longer control the Yin Corpses. However, it was equivalent to losing control of the Yin Corpses. Mu Yu did not know what would happen, but it would definitely not be good. This time, the Desert Eagle Demon King's journey to break out of the array was over. Mu Yu's only gain was a ghost falcon that the monster race and the Stargate people were fighting over. What made Mu Yu helpless was that the ghost falcon did not listen to his commands at all. Every time it saw him, it would aggressively peck at him. Mu Yu did not know how to use the exquisite Desert Eagle to control the ghost falcon. However, The ghost falcon seemed to be unable to come out after entering the exquisite desert eagle. Why do you think this little bird has to run into the little red pagoda? Isn't it better for it to stay in the underground palace? Little Shuai repeatedly tried to communicate with the ghost falcon, but it did not appreciate his efforts. It's stupid. Dragon Vine swung its tail. Mu Yu felt that the ghost falcon might have just been resurrected and needed to recover in the exquisite desert eagle. On the other hand, the exquisite desert eagle was more like a cage. Without the key to open the cage, there was no way out. Unless Mu Yu found the key to open the cage, he would not be able to control the ghost falcon. Although he could not control the ghost falcon, he was able to destroy the Stargate's plan. This was a very satisfying thing. After returning to the array faction, Mu Yu continued to immerse himself in studying array formations. He needed to study the Shen formations that Deadwood Daddy had left behind. However, this Shen formations was still too profound for him. There were many things that he could not understand. Therefore, he had been studying more profound array techniques in the array pavilion for a while. The array pavilion was the foundation of the array faction. There were many profound and complicated array techniques that were specifically for the disciples of the array faction to study. Many sects with rich backgrounds had their own scripture pavilions. Inside, there were all sorts of books on cultivation techniques and pills. These were all recorded by the seniors of the sect for the juniors. The array pavilion was similar to the scripture pavilions of other sects. The only difference was that there were no books in the array pavilion. Instead, there were already prearranged array techniques. This was a very ingenious teaching method of the array faction. It used powerful spatial arrays and illusory arrays to display the effects and characteristics of each array technique as well as the method of setting them up in reality. When one wanted to study array techniques, they did not need to hold a thick book and ponder over it. They did not need to ponder over the key points of array techniques. Inside the array pavilion, any array formation you want will be displayed to you, allowing you to immerse yourself in learning all kinds of array formations. The array techniques in the array pavilion were divided into Hutian array techniques, Zhongtian array techniques, Xiantian array techniques, and advanced forbidden techniques. As a Zhongtian disciple, Mu Yu could at most learn the Zhongtian array techniques. Xiantian array techniques and advanced forbidden techniques were not allowed to enter. Advanced forbidden techniques were said to be extremely evil and vicious array techniques. They were similar to yin corpse arrays, killing arrays, and self-detonation arrays. They would bring about terrible consequences. Therefore, other than Xiantian array masters, no one else could come into contact with advanced forbidden techniques. Mu Yu walked into the array pavilion. The Zhongtian array techniques were on the second floor of the array pavilion. What appeared before his eyes was an innumerable number of jade pendants floating in the air. Each jade pendant contained an array technique, and there were at least tens of thousands of jade pendants here. This meant that there were tens of thousands of different array techniques. It was truly shocking. At this time, there were a dozen or so Zhongtian disciples sitting on the ground in the array pavilion. When learning array techniques, one only needed to draw a rune with their hands and then touch it to the jade pendant. Then, their consciousness would enter the array technique sealed within the jade pendant. Every array technique was created by a specialist. There were also images left behind by the instructors. They were dedicated to explaining the key points of the array technique. It was like a one-on-one class. This method of learning array techniques saved a lot of teaching time. After all, every Xiantian array master was very busy. It was impossible for them to teach in person every day. Moreover, Xiantian array masters also needed to cultivate by themselves. Using the array technique to leave behind images of the instructors could make up for the lack of teaching time. Everyone could come to the array pavilion to learn at any time. This image formation was the same as the one left behind by Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu had already come to the array pavilion many times. The first few times he came, he was learning all kinds of Zhongtian array techniques. He found that learning the Zhongtian array techniques was not as difficult as he thought. In fact, it was very simple. He could learn many of the Zhongtian array techniques in one go. He often used a jade pendant. Other Zhongtian disciples would need a few days to completely master the array techniques. But he usually only needed 2 to 4 hours to learn. Mu Yu's purpose in coming to the array pavilion this time was to learn an invisibility array technique. The main reason he wanted to learn this array technique was because he had found the method to arrange the soul fixation array recorded by Deadwood's father in the profound array. This array technique was created by Deadwood Daddy himself. It involved a lot of knowledge about array techniques. Among them, there were some rune carvings that Deadwood Daddy said were similar to the invisibility array technique. Deadwood Daddy originally researched the soul anchoring array for Miao Yuyan, but he didn't expect that it would inadvertently save his own soul. Mu Yu's current priority was to learn how to set up the soul anchoring array. Only then could he ensure that Deadwood Daddy's damaged soul would not be harmed. The Xian array technique was very profound. When Deadwood Daddy recorded the basic array techniques, he simply skimmed over them because he thought they were child's play and not worth mentioning. But there were many child's play that Mu Yu didn't understand. So he could only come here and start from child's play. The rune wrapped around Mu Yu's hand. Mu Yu's consciousness had already entered the jade pendant. Then Master Lu's amiable figure appeared in front of Mu Yu. He began to talk endlessly about the sad history of the array sect. He talked for about half an hour. It had to be said that Master Lu had put in a lot of effort to find Mu Yu, the mysterious genius. He had actually implanted more than 10,000 jade pendants with his impassioned speech. Our array sect has always been stronger than the talisman sect. But now, the talisman sect has climbed above us and wantonly humiliated our disciples. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Our array sect's disciples need to stand up and protect the dignity of the array sect. So I hope that Loki Child can stand up boldly and let the talisman sect know that our array sect is not inferior to them at all. Master Lu waved his fist with a resolute face and then gradually disappeared. Then, the image of Master Blue Heart gradually appeared and began to talk about the invisibility array technique. Mu Yu shook his head helplessly. This invisibility array technique had originally been created by Master Blue Heart. In order to make Mu Yu stand up and admit his identity as a genius, Master Lu had forcefully modified the opening speech of all the array pavilion's heaven array techniques. He planned to use the method of using reason and using emotion to move the mysterious genius. In order to learn the soul fixation array, Mu Yu had self-taught himself no less than 20 basic heaven array techniques. This meant that he had heard this opening speech no less than 20 times. The first time he heard it, he was dumbfounded. The second time he heard it, he was a little moved. He knew that Master Lu had spent a lot of effort to modify all the jade pendants. He had put in a lot of effort. The fifth time he heard it, he was a little annoyed. By the 20th time he heard it, he was beyond annoyed. He even had the urge to strangle Master Lu to death. Perhaps Master Lu was planning to annoy this mysterious genius to death and make him obediently stand up. Otherwise, he would have to listen to his speech every time he learned array techniques. It would be so annoying. Heavens! Master Lu really won't give up until he achieves his goal. Mu Yu was annoyed by Master Lu's image. He grumbled a few words, but there was nothing he could do. The invisibility array technique was a kind of illusion array. Inside the array, one could use array patterns to make something invisible, including one's own body. The specific degree of invisibility depended on the person. Some people didn't grasp the key points when using this array technique, resulting in not being completely invisible. Generally, beginners would be able to blur themselves. When Mu Yu used this array technique for the first time, he found that only his left hand wasn't hidden in the mirror. It looked like a broken hand floating in the air. It was quite scary. In this month, Mu Yu had learned countless heaven array techniques. However, even though he had learned so many heaven array techniques, he still couldn't grasp the soul fixation array in the profound array. The profound array only recorded a few basic array techniques. Most of them were profound array techniques. The more array techniques Mu Yu learned, the more he understood how profound this profound array was. He found more than 100 array patterns in Deadwood Daddy's annotation of the soul fixation array. He was blind to these array techniques. Then he realized that these array techniques belonged to the Xiantian array techniques. The Xiantian array techniques were on the 3rd floor. Mu Yu couldn't enter the 3rd floor, so if he wanted to learn Xiantian array techniques, he had to become a Xiantian disciple. Chapter 409. The atmosphere in the array faction had become quite oppressive recently. Because the Talisman sect seemed to have climbed up to the Stargate, the suppression of the array faction had become more and more severe. As many businesses were snatched away by the Talisman sect, the Xiantian array masters of the array faction had already left the array faction and went to various big sects of the 3 continents to recover their losses. Not only the Xiantian array masters, even the Zhongtian array masters had to go to other smaller sects to verify their identities to avoid more losses. The Xiantian array masters and Zhongtian array masters had taken away many Zhongtian and Hutian disciples. For a time, the array faction seemed a little empty. However, bad news kept coming back. The Talisman sect had already begun to encroach on the array faction's customers. The array faction was caught unprepared. Mu Yu naturally couldn't reveal his identity so easily. After staying in the array faction for 2 months, he understood that the array faction's inspection of Xiantian disciples was very strict. Xiantian disciples and Xiantian array masters had access to the core secrets of the array faction. Therefore, every Xiantian disciple's identity had to be clean. They didn't care about Zhongtian disciples because they weren't considered core disciples. Therefore, Mu Yu had successfully sneaked in. However, if a Xiantian disciple couldn't come up with a real and reliable identity, then even if Mu Yu revealed his identity, he would still be treated as a traitor. Just in case, he had to forge an identity that could pass off as a genuine one. He naturally couldn't do it alone. Therefore, he planned to ask Cai Lai for help and see if he could disguise himself as Cai Lai's distant cousin. Cai Lai was a genius of the Pill Cauldron sect and could be considered a person with a clean identity. Because he was a new disciple, no one paid attention to him. Mu Yu smoothly left the array faction without anyone noticing. Creating a fake identity wasn't an easy thing to do because it had to be able to withstand investigation. Mu Yu secretly returned to the Pill Cauldron sect and found Cai Lai, who was secretly drinking in the forest. Then, the two left the Pill Cauldron sect and stopped at a desolate place. Cai Lai, you really don't have any more roast duck? Xiao Shui sniffled and stared suspiciously at Cai Lai. Along the way, he had been begging Cai Lai for food. Beer and roast duck had always been Cai Lai's favorite. All right, I'll give it all to you. With a wave of his hand, Cai Lai tossed the 2 precious roast ducks to little Shui. He then turned to Mu Yu and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Mu Yu smiled and said, "What can happen? Where have you been all this time? I thought that you had taken things too hard and went to the Heavenly Starry sect to kill Tian Bu Er." Cai Lai patted Mu Yu's shoulder. The death of the dead tree was a huge blow to Mu Yu. He knew that. He was worried that Mu Yu would be blinded by hatred and do something that would lead to his death. "Don't worry, I won't look for Tian Bu until I have absolute confidence." Mu Yu's eyes flashed with endless killing intent, but he immediately concealed it. He had already seen Tian Bu wait once, but he didn't have the chance to take revenge. He guessed that the Yin Corpse formation couldn't kill Tian Bu wait. In the past, Tian Bu wait didn't kill Mu Yu because he wanted to let Mu Yu experience the pain of losing a loved one. He had been waiting for Mu Yu to personally come to him for revenge. He knew that Mu Yu would definitely come. As the young master of Stargate, Tian Bu wait was known as a once-in-a-century genius. He grew up under countless halos. He didn't care about a true god disciple at all. A true god disciple would only be a stepping stone on his path. Mu Yu was only the 80th extreme immortal, while he was the 52nd extreme immortal. His goal was to be in the top 9, not someone ranked lower than him. Cai Lai let out a sigh of relief. He already knew why Mu Yu had come. He said, "You want me to help you forge an identity that can withstand scrutiny? That's not a problem. Our Pill Cauldron school is a big family. How hard can it be to forge a fake identity? Give me 3 days." The word hour from Cai Lai warmed Mu Yu's heart. Ever since Kumu's death, He no longer regarded himself as a member of the Pill Cauldron School. However, Cai Lai still regarded him as one of his own. "Thank you," Muyu said. "You're treating me like an outsider. There's no need to be so polite." Cai Lai shrugged. Then, he thought of something and said, "Tian Ran came to see you." Muyu's body froze. Ever since they parted at 8 Grass Village, Muyu hadn't seen Tian Ran again. After that, a series of events changed Muyu's life a lot. In particular, Qiao Shue's appearance touched his heart. On one hand, he had indescribable feelings for Qiao Shue. On the other hand, he felt that he owed Tian Ran. After a long silence, Muyu slowly asked, "Is she okay?" She saw Martial Uncle Kumu's body and cried very sadly. Maybe it was because of Martial Uncle Kumu and her mother, or maybe it was because of you. In short, she wasn't in a very good state when she left, so I had to send her all the way back. Cai Lai shook his head. Tian Ran was a very simple girl. When she heard about what Kumu did for her mother, she took the initiative to recognize Kumu as her godfather, hoping that she could compensate him. However, Kumu didn't have a perfect life after all. He didn't live for himself and died at the hands of villains. "Thank you," Muyu said these 2 words again. He found that some things were too weak to express with these 2 words. He always couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect. At first, it was his master, then it was Deadwood Daddy, and then it was Tian Ran. He was so weak that he always needed others to bear the consequences of his actions. Deadwood Daddy died for him, and Tian Ran was worried about him everywhere. However, he was like a mouse, hiding from place to place and forging a ridiculous identity. In short, you have to be careful. I won't ask where you've been these days, and I don't want to know why you forged your identity. But whether it's for Martial Uncle Kumu or Tian Ran, you have to live well. There's only hope when you're alive. If you need any help, just tell me. I'll definitely stand by your side." Cai Lai sighed. He knew that Muyu must be planning something, but if Muyu didn't want to talk about it, he also didn't want to ask. Friends were like this. They drank together and talked about everything. They respected each other's privacy and didn't hesitate to help each other. There were many things that only needed to be understood in one's heart. There was no need to ask too much. Muyu nodded. Cai Lai was the first friend he made after leaving the Moyun mountain range. He was very glad that when little Shuai was stealing food that day, he picked up the pill scripture that Cai Lai threw away. If he didn't have that pill scripture, he might be at a loss now. He couldn't go find Chengyang and the others because Chengyang, as the eldest senior brother, would protect Muyu closely. However, Muyu didn't want to be protected. He needed to bear the responsibility himself. He wanted to unlock the 9th heaven sealing demon array. This was something that Chengyang absolutely couldn't allow. Cai Lai left this place. He wanted to forge an identity for Muyu that could withstand scrutiny. At this time, 3 days later, Cai Lai would return once again. Muyu went to Pill City, which was the closest to the Pill Cauldron sect. He needed to find a place to stay for the next 3 days. Pill City was a subsidiary territory of the Pill Cauldron sect. It was the place with the most alchemists. It was also the holy land for medicinal pills. Many people would come here to buy medicinal pills from the Pill Cauldron sect. Muyu came here for the 2nd time. He was very disappointed. The road to revenge was so long. His enemy was like a tall mountain. Whether it was the Stargate or the Threefold Palace, he couldn't contend against them. He grew day by day, but his enemy didn't stop. He didn't dare think about what the future would be like. He walked aimlessly on the streets of Pill City. When he looked up, he saw that everywhere is home inn. When he first came here, he had a conflict with Shiminghui in this inn. At that time, Shiminghui had knocked down the mortal Deadwood Daddy. Muyu had taught him a lesson. He sighed and turned into another street. However, he never thought that he would see 2 familiar figures here. Why would the Array factions Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai appear here? Muyu frowned. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were like fire and water in the Array faction. However, at this moment, they were whispering to each other. It looked like they were sneaking around. They didn't have the mocking expressions they had in the Array faction. Since when did they make up? Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai weren't in the field this time. Mu Yu knew this. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have appeared here, just like Mu Yu. They should have stayed in the Array faction obediently. However, at this moment, seeing the two of them talking and laughing, it was hard to imagine that they were still enemies in the Array faction. Mu Yu quickly changed his appearance and silently followed behind the two of them. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai walked to a secluded street. Then, seeing that there was no one around, they knocked on the door of a courtyard. Soon, someone opened the door and welcomed them in. By now, Mu Yu had a lot of experience in following people. His Mu Ling turned into a root and brought him into the courtyard. Then, he snuck into a tightly shut room. He leaned against the wooden door and saw the whole room clearly. At this moment, there were 4 people in the room. To Mu Yu's shock, he recognized 3 of them. Besides Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai, the last person was surprisingly the vicious and merciless Zhu Jinglin from the Talisman sect. Zhu Jinglin had indeed escaped from the Sand Eagle Royal City alive. Your disciples greet Master. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai kowtowed respectfully to Zhu Jinglin. Master. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were from the Talisman faction. Millimeter, you may rise. Zhu Jinglin waved his hand calmly and said, no one noticed you coming here, right? Master, your disciples have confirmed before coming. No one from the Array faction in the Pill City has come here for field work. Luo Filong said. Master, a person with the potential to become a Xiantian disciple has appeared in the Array faction. What should we do next? Ji Wenkai asked. Can't you find that person? Zhu Jinglin asked. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai exchanged a look and shook their heads. That person is extremely low-key, and is unwilling to expose himself. Old Man Lu has repeatedly gathered all our disciples to find that person, but that person seems to have some misgivings, and is unwilling to stand out. Oh! Since when did the Array faction have such a talented disciple? Aren't all the Array faction's disciples under your control? Zhu Jinglin asked. 2/3 of the Array faction's disciples are under our control, but there are still some arrogant people who are unwilling to follow us. However, we have already confirmed that there is no disciple among them who has the ability to break the Array tablet. We know the talent of every single Array faction's disciple like the back of our hand. As long as there is a possibility of them becoming a Xiantian disciple, we will suppress them. Ji Wenkai said. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were actually spies sent by the Talisman faction to the Array faction, specifically to suppress the Array faction's disciples. No wonder the Array faction's disciples had declined so much. With these 2 people suppressing them, it would be difficult for the Array faction's disciples to rise up. Chapter 410. No matter what, that person must be found as soon as possible. We must not let him become a Xiantian lord. Although a new Xiantian lord cannot cause too much trouble, we still have to be cautious. Zhu Jinglin took a sip of tea and said, Yes. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai both said in unison. These past few years have been hard on the 2 of you, and you have not let me down. Although you did not become Xiantian lords, at least you managed to suppress all the Central Heaven disciples of the Array faction, making it impossible for them to compete with us. If not for the insider information provided by the 2 of you, it would not have been so easy for us to snatch the business of the Array faction. Zhu Jinglin's lips curled into a smile. His smile was uglier than crying, causing Mu Yu to feel very uncomfortable. It is our honor to serve Master. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai quickly said. Wrong. You are serving the Seal faction. The sect master has already said that after we defeat the Array faction, he will definitely reward the 2 of you greatly. It is even possible for the 2 of you to manage the Array faction. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai's faces showed a flattered expression, and they quickly knelt down to thank him. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai had entered the Array faction as early as 10 years ago as Central Heaven disciples. They had originally wanted to become Xiantian lords and steal the core information of the Array faction. However, with their talent, they were not enough to become Xiantian lords, and instead became Central Heaven disciples. Over the past 10 years, with Zhu Jinglin's secret help, their strength had grown stronger and stronger, and they had gradually established themselves as the overlords of the Array faction. They had then suppressed the other Central Heaven disciples and embezzled their cultivation resources, causing many of the Central Heaven disciples to complain incessantly. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, the two of them pretended to dislike each other, and even secretly competed with each other, instigating their own subordinates to fight against each other. As soon as any Central Heaven disciple showed the slightest bit of talent, they would work together to suppress them, making sure that they would never be able to rise again. Most of the Central Heaven disciples' cultivation resources were taken by them, making it impossible for the Central Heaven disciples of the Array faction to become outstanding talents. Their suppression was just right, and because of their high innate talent, the Carnate Array Masters of the Array faction could only turn a blind eye to their actions. During the Talisman Array competition every year, the Array faction was unable to send out any decent culmination or Xiantian disciples. They could only send out the two of them, and the two of them were spies from the Talisman sect to represent the Array faction in the competition. The result was obvious. In the past few years, the Talisman sect had even started to seize the Formation sect's business with their help. Otherwise, how could the Talisman sect know the exact distribution of the Formation sect's business? Mu Chenghong is the only Carnate disciple in the Array sect. He's ranked 70th on the Supreme Immortal roll and is far from being a match for our Talisman sect. However, I absolutely cannot let the Array sect have a second Xiantian disciple. This kind of person must be killed in the cradle. Zhu Jinglin's eyes flashed with an evil cold light. He took out 2 bottles of pills and placed them on the table. This time, I came to Pill City to buy level 5 aperture seizing pills for the two of you at the expense of 300,000 spirit stones. The two of you should quickly raise your cultivation level. Once you reach the out-of-body stage, you'll be able to do more things for the Talisman sect. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai excitedly took the level 5 aperture seizing pills. The aperture seizing pills could help nascent soul cultivators to have a greater chance of breaking through to the out-of-body stage. Such precious pills made their hearts and minds ripple. Although they usually embezzled the culmination disciples' spirit stones, each person only received 5 or 6 spirit stones per month. How could they gather 300,000 spirit stones to buy such precious pills? Also, Wenkai won last year's Talisman Array competition. This year, it's Feilong's turn. I'll tell the participating disciples of the Talisman sect when the time comes, Zhu Jinglin said. Yes, we understand, Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai said in unison. Zhu Jinglin had done a perfect job of sending spies. In order to not attract the attention of the Talisman sect, he not only asked Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai to pretend to be sworn enemies, he also deliberately let the Talisman sect win a round in the Talisman Array competition every year. The winner was either Luo Filong or Ji Wenkai. They took turns to win once, which was equivalent to making a contribution to the Talisman sect. The Talisman sect would never suspect them. As for the other culmination disciple of the Talisman sect, with the information provided by Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai, it was more than enough for the Talisman sect to defeat the Talisman sect. It could be said that the Talisman sect was secretly manipulating the Talisman Array competition every year. The Talisman sect would definitely lose 2 rounds in the Culmination Disciples competition. As for the Xiantian disciples, there was even less hope. Right now, the Talisman sect has a total of 57 spies, including the two of you. 16 of them have already become intermediate masters. The more spies there are, the higher the possibility of the information being leaked. So, we won't send any more spies over. You guys take good care of the other 55 spies and don't let them act rashly. Once we completely fall out with the Talisman sect, it will be time for you guys to make a contribution, Zhu Jinglin said. What? 57 spies? Mu Yu was truly shocked. The Talisman sect only had 300 plus culmination disciples. Adding the 100 plus array masters, there were 500 of them in total. Of these 500 people, 1 in 10 was actually a spy from the Talisman sect. Such a huge conspiracy, such a hidden spy, If Mu Yu hadn't discovered it by chance, the Talisman sect would never have discovered it in their lifetime. No wonder Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were unwilling to participate in the Intermediate Master's test. Instead, they wanted to continue being culmination disciples. They didn't want to give the Talisman sect any chance of survival. Gangrene attached to the bone was truly terrifying. Although the Talisman sect's failure to recruit Xiantian disciples in recent years had nothing to do with Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, the decline of the Talisman sect was inseparable from the two of them. It could be said that it was caused by the two of them. When Mu Yu arrived at the Talisman sect, he discovered that there were many unreasonable things about the Talisman sect. Anyone could become a culmination disciple, and they didn't even check their background. This led to the infiltration of Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. Of course, this also included Mu Yu himself. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai bullied the culmination disciples and collected protection fees. Those Xiantian array masters didn't even care. They even allowed the Talisman sect to send 57 spies in. What exactly were the upper echelons of the Talisman sect doing? As for why the Talisman sect didn't send any Xiantian disciples to infiltrate the Talisman sect, Mu Yu could actually understand. Firstly, it was extremely difficult to become a Xiantian disciple of the Talisman sect unless they sent a Xiantian disciple of the Talisman sect. However, Xiantian disciples of the Talisman sect were also extremely rare. It was impossible for them to send them out as spies. As the saying goes, one can't trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. However, the Tao of the Talisman sect and the Talisman sect were ultimately different. The people of the Talisman sect knew that it was extremely difficult for a person to learn both the Tao of Talisman and the Tao of Formations at the same time. This was also the reason why the Talisman sect was separated back then. If they sent a Xiantian disciple of the Talisman sect as a spy, that person would have to focus on learning the Tao of Formations to not arouse suspicion. The Talisman sect and the Array sect had always looked down on each other's Tao. Therefore, it was impossible for them to allow a Xiantian disciple of the Talisman sect to learn the Tao of the Array sect. As for Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, they were only culmination disciples. Both the Array sect and the Talisman sect didn't lack culmination disciples. Therefore, it was fine for them to learn the Tao of Formations. Master, when does the Talisman sect plan to destroy the Array sect in one blow? Luo Feilong asked anxiously. The most difficult thing about being a spy was that they had to constantly be on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be discovered. All these years, they had been unable to eat or sleep in peace. Once the matter was exposed, the two of them would definitely die. If there are no accidents, we should take action during this year's talisman competition. At that time, it will be the time for you to make a name for yourself. Zhu Jinglin laughed. But the Array sect still has the mysterious and unfathomable Heavenly Array Tao. Master, you must know that even if we win one round of the talisman competition every year and are allowed to enter the forbidden area of the Array sect, we still haven't seen the true face of the Heavenly Array Tao. Does the Talisman sect have a way to deal with the Heavenly Array Tao? Ji Wenkai asked worriedly. Zhu Jinglin gave a sly smile. The Heavenly Array Tao? As far as I know, he can't even protect himself now. All right, go back first and wait quietly for the talisman competition in a few months. At that time, the 57 of you will be remembered by the Talisman sect, especially the two of you. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai left gratefully. Only Zhu Jinglin and another young man were left in the room. It seems that the two of them still don't know what's going on. Do they really think that we will accept them? The young man who had been silent all this while sneered. We have invested so much in the past few years, but they still haven't become Xiantian disciples. What a waste of Bai Liang's spirit stones. The spirit stones invested in them are definitely worth a lot. The profits that the two of them have earned for the talisman sect far exceed the spirit stones invested. Moreover, the Array sect's advancement test is as difficult as ours. We can't help them with this. They will naturally know whether our talisman sect will accept them in the future. We still need to rely on them now. Zhu Jinglin rubbed his chin. The Tao of the Array sect and the talisman sect were different. In order to gain the trust of the Array sect, Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai had abandoned the Talisman Dao and switched to the Array Dao. However, the Array Dao was looked down upon in the Talisman sect. By the time they had completed their mission and returned, it was already too late to switch to the Talisman Dao. How could the Talisman sect accept them? Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were unaware that they had been abandoned by the Talisman sect. They were still complacent and happy to be able to serve the Talisman sect. Moreover, even if Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai no longer wanted to be spies, it was impossible for them to do so. They had fallen too deeply into the Array sect and were unable to escape unscathed. There was no way the Talisman sect would allow them to return. If they chose to rely on the Array sect would definitely not forgive them for what they had done. They would definitely execute them on the spot. Mu Yu wanted to hear more about the Talisman sect's plan. However, Zhu Jinglin and the young man left directly and disappeared outside the Pill City. However, there was one thing that Mu Yu could not forget. The Array sect's Array Heavenly Dao could not even protect himself. What did this mean? What happened to the Array Heavenly Dao? He recalled what Deadwood Daddy had said. The Array Heavenly Dao was also one of the masters who had set up the immortal confining prison. If the Threefold Palace wanted to control the immortal confining prison, he would have to kill the other two Array masters. Among so many people, Phantom Qingyu and Xie Bulao were not easy to kill. Therefore, the Threefold Palace's Array Guardian would definitely target the Array Heavenly Dao. Chapter 4:11. 3 days later, Cai Lai helped him forge an identity as Cai Lai's distant cousin. According to what Cai Lai said, this identity was flawless and there was no way it would be exposed. He told Mu Yu the details of this identity, including the 7 aunts and 8 aunts, in case Mu Yu couldn't say it out loud. Actually, it didn't matter if Mu Yu said it or not, the main point was that the people from Array sect would investigate. Mu Yu returned to Array sect, and then he started to think about how to deal with Talisman sect. Strictly speaking, the dispute between Talisman sect and Array sect had nothing to do with him, and he could just stand by and watch. However, he wanted to learn Array sect's Xiantian array techniques, and he also wanted to investigate the situation of Array Heavenly Dao. He couldn't just stand by and watch Array sect get destroyed by Talisman sect, so he had to do something. The number of people that the Talisman sect had infiltrated into the Array sect was actually 57. It was obvious how much they had schemed to destroy the Array sect. It was really sad that Array sect didn't even notice that there were so many spies in Array sect. Now, only Mu Yu knew that there were 57 spies in Array sect, but he couldn't do anything about it. Firstly, he didn't know who these 57 spies were, and secondly, he didn't have any evidence to prove that Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were spies. However, Mu Yu thought of one thing: with so many spies, Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai definitely had a special way to contact these 57 spies. It could be a list, or a token. As long as this was confirmed, it was possible to find these spies. As a new Zhongtian disciple, Mu Yu didn't have any right to speak. Of the 3 array tablets left behind by Master Lu, 2 of them were still intact, and it was time to get rid of them. He knew that as long as he revealed his talent as a Xiantian disciple, he would definitely provoke Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai. This was also a good opportunity for Mu Yu to gather evidence. That humble young man refused to stand up, which made Master Lu and all the people of the Array faction feel suffocated. Mu Yu was ready to find an opportunity to relieve their anxiety. Less than 5 days after returning home, Master Lu indeed started to gather all the Zhongtian disciples for a general meeting. In the past month or so, there had been more meetings than there had been in the past 6 months. Every time, it was the same old cliché speech from Master Lu, and everyone knew what his true purpose in gathering all the Zhongtian disciples was. However, Master Lu seemed to be very angry today. First, he bitterly complained about how much business the Talisman sect had stolen from the Array sect. Then, he cursed the ancestors of the Talisman sect. After that, he recalled that the ancestors of the Talisman sect and the Array sect seemed to be the same. They were both once members of the Array Talisman sect. Thus, he hurriedly changed his words and greeted the ancestors of every talisman sect disciple. Master Lu was a respectable elder in the eyes of all the culmination disciples. He spoke reasonably and handled matters appropriately. However, he had now cursed in front of all the culmination disciples. It was clear to see just how far the symbol sect had pushed their array faction. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai looked a little embarrassed. It was the first time they had heard the usually serious Master Lu curse like a Philistine scoundrel. Moreover, he had greeted them in front of their faces. It was quite oblique and scolding them. Their hearts felt weak, and their faces alternated between red and white, but they didn't dare to show it. They could only secretly curse back. If you ask me, every disciple of the talisman sect is a person who was born to a mother but not raised by a father. It's really a waste of their chance to be human. Every disciple of our array faction is much stronger than them. Look at the disciples of our array faction. Every one of them has cultivation and self-restraint. They are also humble and low-key. They don't fish for fame, and are only willing to peacefully pursue their own knowledge. Master Lu changed the topic and began to praise his own people. However, everyone knew that he was definitely not praising people casually. Next, he would definitely beat around the bush to find the Zhongtian disciple. As expected. Let's take this good child who broke the array tablet as an example. This should be something to brag about, but he is unwilling to be burdened by his reputation. Such excellent character is really rare. However, I still hope that this good child can stand up. Now that the array faction has been suppressed to the point where we can't even raise our heads, if this continues, we will really be starving. I don't like to force people to do things. I don't want to force each of you to walk in front of the array tablet. I only hope that you can be self-aware. Master Lu's voice was full of emotion, and he was almost on the verge of tears. But still, no one stood up. It was still the same result. Master Lu sighed and was about to wave his hand to dismiss everyone when suddenly a person rushed into the advancement hall. His footsteps were very hurried, attracting everyone's attention. I'm sorry, what did I miss? Mu Yu saw that everyone was staring at him, and asked embarrassedly. Just now, he had gone to attend the foundation class as usual, but he had been delayed by Song Qingyu. Because Song Qingyu had been absent for the last month, he felt sorry for Mu Yu, so he had deliberately left Mu Yu behind to teach him a little more. Feng Mu, it's you. You didn't miss anything. I thought it was that humble and good child who had stood up. I had even prepared a look of pleasant surprise. Master Lu said self-deprecatingly. When he saw Mu Yu's foundation establishment cultivation, he did not hide his disappointment. Ha ha ha. All the Zhongtian disciples roared with laughter. Mu Yu was just a foundation establishment rookie. How could he be that low-key genius? This little brat was really here to be funny. Alright, I hope that everyone will work harder when you go back. Of course, I also hope that good child will not test our patience. The situation today is really not optimistic. Master Lu waved his hand, preparing to dismiss everyone. Oh, you're looking for the person who broke the formation tablet. I know who he is. Mu Yu's voice was not loud, but it suddenly sounded so clear in the entire advancement hall, causing everyone to quiet down. Master Lu immediately asked in surprise, Really? You know Feng Mu? You're not lying to me. Did you see that genius break the formation tablet, or did he tell you? Is he here now? Hurry up and tell me. Master Lu almost wanted to jump over and grab Mu Yu to interrogate him. Everyone's eyes also fell on Mu Yu, many of them looking very unfriendly, especially Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai. As long as Mu Yu said that person's name, the two of them would definitely think of a way to get rid of that person. That person was not here just now, but he's here now. Mu Yu said slowly. Sure. Everyone's eyes once again turned from Mu Yu to the entrance of the advancement hall. Everyone stretched their necks, ready to see who would come in from the entrance. This person had made them search for so long, and yet he was still acting like a big shot. It was really too much. At that time, they had waited for a long time, but no one had come in from the advancement hall. Not even a shadow could be seen from the advancement hall. Where is he? Master Lu couldn't help but scold Mu Yu, feeling like he had been played for a fool. Mu Yu looked at the others in confusion, finding that they had all ignored him, and were looking for the next person to come in. He immediately rolled his eyes, understanding that these people had misunderstood him. Helplessly, he said, "Lighting engineer, you're shining the wrong light, over here. A proper person is standing here, why are you looking over there? You!" Master Lu looked at Mu Yu with a strange expression. Everyone also looked at Mu Yu, and then there was another burst of laughter. "Just based on a rookie like you who overestimates himself? You really dare to say that? Since when did Xiantian disciples become so cheap? If I can even become a foundation establishment cultivator, then wouldn't I be able to become a Xiantian array master? Really? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Damn it. This newcomer doesn't know the rules, next time I'll teach him a good lesson." The Zhongtian disciples began to mock Mu Yu, thinking that he was just a clown trying to please the crowd. Some people even wondered if this guy's brain had hit a door, daring to say such big words. What a retard. Does a Xiantian disciple have to be at the out-of-body stage as soon as they enter? Mu Yu walked towards Master Lu unhurriedly. All the disciples who entered did not have any cultivation, many of them started from scratch. Even the Xiantian disciple Mu Chenghong, who had broken through 7 trigrams, was only at the qi refining stage when he entered the array faction. It was just that Mu Chenghong was only 10 years old, so he was a piece of unpolished jade that was worth cultivating. Mu Yu was already 19 years old, but his cultivation was still at the foundation establishment stage, so he could be considered a piece of rotten rock. Damn it. If this kid is really the one who broke the array tablet, I'll give myself 10 slaps. Zhao Liangong, who had gone out with Mu Yu in the field, vowed fiercely. Not only him, everyone thought that this guy Feng Mu was just trying to make a name for himself, and everyone cast a contemptuous look at this new disciple named Feng Mu. Master Lu saw Mu Yu walking towards him and said unhappily, "Feng Mu, don't make fun of this old man. Although I know you may be doing this to tell everyone a joke to relieve their boredom, it's better not to joke at this juncture. Now, the talisman sect is all ready." But Mu Yu did not want to explain too much. The most convincing way was to directly use the array tablet to prove it. He bypassed Master Lu and walked towards the array tablet behind Master Lu under everyone's mocking gazes. Ever since the first tablet was broken, a restriction appeared around the array tablet. Apart from that person, no one else could enter. What is he doing? Is he going to break the array tablet? Is he stupid to the extreme? Doesn't he know that only those who have broken the first tablet can approach the array tablet? What a reckless thing. I'll really beat him up later. However, Mu Yu seemed to have passed through a water curtain, and ripples appeared around him, but it did not stop Mu Yu's body. Mu Yu walked straight to the second array tablet, smiled slightly, and placed his hand on the second array tablet. What? It's really him? Everyone was stunned. Zhao Liangong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Master Lu's mouth was wide open, and his beard was sticking up. He involuntarily grabbed his beard, and unknowingly pulled out a large tuft, but he did not feel anything. He just looked at Mu Yu in disbelief, and his entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. Was it really this foundation establishment trash? Master Lu's shock was the greatest. How could he have thought that this genius disciple was the Feng Mu that he had once treated as the guardian of the array? He had gone through the Yin Corpse array with Feng Mu, and Feng Mu had even been dragged into the pit by the Yin Corpses. Although Feng Mu had always explained that there was a mysterious person helping him, and Master Lu was skeptical, it seemed that things were not that simple. But who cares? Finally, that cute and mysterious genius had arrived. Found it. I finally found it. Master Lu's eyes were filled with tears. He felt his heart being stimulated, and his shriveled chest was bulging. Chapter 412. Mu Yu felt like he had arrived at an endless sea. There were blue waves, blue skies, light winds, and seagulls. A fresh salty smell inundated his nose. He looked down and saw that he was standing on a reef floating on the surface of the sea. There were beautiful corals growing beside it. Corals couldn't survive without water. Mu Yu knew that his consciousness had been brought into the array monument again. He walked to the edge of the coral reef and looked down. He was surprised to see huge chess pieces floating on the surface of the sea. These chess pieces were black and white in color. They stood on the surface of the water in an orderly manner, but they didn't drift with the waves or get wet. They only gently undulated with the waves. "You're here." A calm voice sounded from opposite Mu Yu. He looked up and saw a white coral reef opposite him. Sitting on it was an elegant middle-aged man. His expression was gentle, and his eyes were as unfathomable as the sea. "Who are you? What are you here for this time?" With his previous experience, Mu Yu was no longer surprised. However, he still hoped that the person who appeared this time was Tian Ran. He hadn't seen Tian Ran in a long time. "My name is Elfagu. You can call me Chess Soul. You need to play Go with me this time," the middle-aged man said indifferently. Alphagu? Why is this name so strange? Who named you? Why are you called a dog? What breed of dog demon are you?" Mu Yu found it refreshing. The middle-aged man said unhurriedly, "My name is Elfagu. It doesn't matter who named me. What's important is that if you want to pass the test, you need to finish this Go game with me." Chess Soul pointed at the intersecting black and white chess pieces on the surface of the sea. The chess game emitted a strange fluctuation that captivated one's soul. It left one intoxicated. However, Mu Yu only blinked his eyes before escaping the intoxicating spiritual energy. He revealed a bitter expression. "Why does everyone have to play Go when chess is mentioned? I don't know how to play Go. I'm pretty good at Chinese chess. Can I change it to Chinese chess? Also, beast fighting chess will do." "Oh, right. If it doesn't work, I can change this black and white chess to Gobang. I'm also very good at Gobang." In the past, when he was in the village, Grandpa Village Chief had taught him many chess skills, but Go was not one of them. Grandpa Village Head said that Go was the most boring game in the world. You had to count the moves back and forth. Couldn't you be more straightforward? Like playing chess, you could just take down the general and win. How convenient. However, Mu Yu found out that the reason why the village head said that was because he didn't know how to play Go. Mu Yu listed the names of a large number of chess pieces. Even the calm Chess Soul was taken aback. "What's Gomoku and War Beast chess? You don't know Gobang and War Beast chess? That's great. Come, come. I'll teach you, I'll teach you." Mu Yu rubbed his fists and said. The Chess Soul shook its head and said, "I'm the Chess Soul. Go is my battlefield." The way of Go was broad and profound. Attacking cities and seizing territories in the world are all tied to the chessboard. One black and one white, a battle of wits and courage. There are thousands of changes. When placing a piece, it seeks the right mood. The layout is profound. It can attack or defend. It's the essence of an array formation. After learning the way of Go, you will know how to devise strategies and determine victory from thousands of miles away. Speak human. Mu Yu yawned, completely unsure of what the Chess Soul was talking about. This was clearly the first time the Chess Soul had encountered such a casual person like Mu Yu. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he continued explaining to Mu Yu. To become a Carnate disciple, not only do you have to know how to make array formations flexible, but you also have to use array formations on everything in the world. Go is one of the epitome. The array formation on the chessboard changes due to the opponent's interference. What you need to do is to unleash the array formation's greatest might under the opponent's influence, the Chess Soul said. I understand the logic, but the main point is that I don't know how to play Go. Mu Yu muttered. With a wave of the Chess Soul's hand, a black and white chess manual appeared in front of Mu Yu. The manual was somewhat old, but it was rather simple. There were only 2 words written on it: chess array. Carnate disciples have a rather high requirement for their ability to comprehend new knowledge. If you don't understand, you can read it here and start learning from the beginning. The Way of Go is a compulsory course for every array formation master. Holy **T. Mu Yu looked at the thick chess array as thousands of curses raced through his mind. No one had ever told him that he had to learn Go while learning array formations. To be honest, Mu Yu had a headache the moment he saw the thick book. Back then, he nearly cried from memorizing the Poison Sutra. Back then, he even grumbled that Deadwood Daddy had nothing better to do than to write such a thick book. Wasn't it troublesome enough that he had to learn chess array just to crack an array formation? Even if he could learn it, how could a rookie like him defeat the chess soul by cramming at the last minute? This board is an endgame. You hold the black pieces, and the white pieces occupy more of your vision. You need to win with fewer numbers and turn defeat into victory. This is the goal of the second array monuments test, continued the chess soul. The first array monument tested a Zhongtian disciple's ability to adapt to a situation where the weak defeated the strong. The second array monument tested a Zhongtian disciple's analytical ability to win with fewer numbers. Save those depressing words for later. Give me some confidence and let me read the rules before considering what it means to win with fewer numbers. Mu Yu helplessly flipped open the chess manual and began his long journey of learning. Playing Go could cultivate one's mind, but Mu Yu was a spirited person who did as he pleased. He couldn't be like his master, Feng Haochen, who grew vegetables and cooked every day. Therefore, playing Go wasn't suitable for him. Ever since he stepped into the cultivation world, he had never been content with his lot. He caused trouble everywhere. Every time, Mu Yu would defend himself. I only wanted to be a bystander. Who knew that the soy sauce factory would explode? Mu Yu believed that being calm was a way of life, but doing what one wanted to do was a way of life. One couldn't always suppress one's personality, right? Even his master often taught him to do things as long as he believed them to be right. There was no need to care about the opinions of others. The flow of time in the array monument was different from outside the array. Although it was useless to cultivate here, it was a good place to learn. Mu Yu hugged the chess manual and fumbled with the rules. He was on the brink of tears. As he had a pure wood elemental physique, he was a genius when it came to cultivation. However, it didn't mean that he was suitable for learning Go. Therefore, he was filled with question marks as he read. Along the way, the chess soul wasn't stingy with its guidance. It answered all his questions, allowing Mu Yu to quickly familiarize himself with the rules of Go. Strictly speaking, the rules of Go weren't difficult. The chess pieces were placed on the chessboard for the sake of venting their anger. They occupied the chessboard and forced their opponents to the point where they ran out of energy. In the end, whoever had more eyes would win. It would only take a quarter of an hour to figure out the basic strategy, but more profound layouts would require years of accumulation to achieve. It wasn't difficult to understand a rule, but it was most difficult to use the rules cleverly to defeat one's opponent. The game between the two sides was like two armies fighting. The battlefield was ever-changing. Only by grasping the opponent's flaws could one defeat them in one fell swoop. In a battle between experts, one wrong move would result in a loss. Therefore, one had to take every step carefully and not be eager for instant success. The difference between a chess formation and an ordinary array formation was that the formation of a chess formation wasn't fixed. Ordinary array formations were fixed once they were set up. However, when playing chess, one person took turns to play a piece. The formation on the chessboard could easily be disrupted. A chess player had to adjust their formation at any time to force their opponent into a dead end. This required an extremely strong ability to adapt to changes. Xiantian disciples were more powerful than culmination disciples in that Xiantian disciples knew how to react accurately to profound array formations and gain the greatest advantage under the interference of their opponents. However, Mu Yu was currently facing an endgame. The black pieces were at an absolute disadvantage. He had to be careful with every step he took. To be able to call himself Chess Soul, it was obvious how powerful this alpha hook was. Mu Yu's every step was calculated by him. Even if it was a fair game, he couldn't win, let alone an endgame where he was at a disadvantage. It was simply too difficult for him to turn defeat into victory. Mu Yu wasn't a natural chess player. He had just learned the rules, so it was impossible for him to defeat Chess Soul, who had been immersed in the art of chess for thousands of years. However, He was a disciple with considerable talent in array formations. He understood that he couldn't look at this endgame with conventional eyes. If he wanted to win, he had to find a different way. If one looked at the black and white game on the chessboard from the perspective of array formations, it was much easier to understand. Every chess piece was an array foundation, which was also the foundation to maintain an array formation. And every eye was an array core. As long as he destroyed the other party's array cores and increased the number of array cores he could make his array formation stronger than his opponent. Mu Yu looked at the chessboard on the horizon and didn't rashly make a move. Instead, he began to outline the black piece's array in his mind. He fantasized about how he could escape the black piece's array from the white piece's encirclement and seize a chance of survival. The black pieces were in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to come back from the jaws of death. He flipped through Chess Soul and constantly compared it to the various chess games. He evolved in his mind to deal with the endgame in front of him. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. During this period, Chess Soul didn't disturb Mu Yu's thoughts. Mu Yu kept calculating his own game, hoping to expand the black piece's array formation. However, as he gradually understood the Tao of Go, he realized that the black piece's array formations were too clumsy. If he wanted to charge out, he would always be beaten up by the white pieces. It was a checkmate. However, since it was a test, there had to be a way to pass it. However, where was this method? Mu Yu had already spent 3 days in the array monument, but less than 2 hours had passed outside. No one dared to breathe loudly. They were truly alarmed by Mu Yu. This Zhongtian disciple, who was called Trash when he first entered the sect, was actually a hidden genius. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai's faces were livid as they nearly twisted their faces. When Mu Yu came, they had wanted to recruit him. However, when they saw that Mu Yu was old and had a low cultivation level, they didn't want to touch him. They even mocked him and dismissed him. They never expected the fellow they had neglected to become a threat to their status. If another Carnate disciple appeared in the array sect, it might cause many unforeseen events. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were spies sent by the Talisman sect. They absolutely couldn't allow any complications to occur. This person had to die. However, Master Lu looked at Mu Yu in excitement. This genius disciple who had been in hiding for so long had finally stepped forward after tormenting him to the point of thirst. How could he not be excited? Everyone outside had different thoughts. Some were excited by Mu Yu's appearance, some were envious of Mu Yu, some were jealous of Mu Yu, and some wanted to kill him. However, none of this affected Mu Yu for the time being. He quietly immersed himself in his thoughts, trying his best to find a chance of survival. Chapter 413. At that moment, the white pieces occupied more space than the black pieces. The formation formed by the white pieces was orderly and invincible. As for the black pieces' formation, it was like they were tearing down the east wall to repair the west wall. They were in imminent danger. Let's try here. Mu Yu planned on launching an attack. He had been inferring in his mind for so long, so he had to at least give it a try. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the gigantic chess piece behind him had already soared into the air and headed for the spot he wanted. The black piece landed on the chessboard, causing countless splashes, but it didn't interfere with any of the chess pieces. Then, a white piece was forced to sink to the bottom of the sea and vanish. The chess soul chuckled and shook his head. You may take away the white piece on my side, but I'll destroy your subsequent formation. The white piece smashed into the chessboard from behind the chess soul, stirring up a huge wave. It once again destroyed Mu Yu's formation. The white pieces came with a ferocious momentum. Mu Yu wanted to break out from the side, but he was still caught off guard. Then let's go here. Mu Yu felt his mouth go dry. He was actually very unsure when he was playing chess. This was because he was facing Chess Soul, a Go expert, Alpha. As for him, he was just a rookie who had clung to Buddha's feet at the last minute. He had no chance of winning. As soon as he placed the black piece, he realized that something was amiss. This move exposed his openings even more clearly. Indeed, in just 2 rounds, A strong wind suddenly blew on the surface of the sea. Ferocious sharks emerged from the bottom of the sea and bit Mu Yu's 3 black pieces, dragging them to the bottom of the sea. If you continue, you will have nowhere else to go, the chess soul said indifferently. The chess soul was just too powerful, leaving Mu Yu breathless. This wasn't the first time he had used something he wasn't good at to compete with others. Back at the Pill Cauldron sect, for the second firmament spot, he, who didn't know how to refine pills, had been forced to compete with a bunch of alchemy genius disciples from the Pill Cauldron sect. In the end, the shameless old man guarding the pavilion deliberately changed the rules for the incomplete pill, allowing him to win by a fluke. But here, he didn't have any luck to speak of. A win was a win, and a loss was a loss. A single wrong move would lead to a complete game. There was no special halo. Can I start over? Mu Yu asked. The chess soul waved its hand and the entire chessboard returned to its original position. However, Mu Yu's whole body suddenly sank. He found that the coral reef he was on began to fall down by 2 feet. When you sink to the bottom of the sea, you won't have another chance. You can only come back next time. If you sink to the bottom of the sea, those sharks will bite you to death. You will personally experience the pain of death. Mu Yu shivered. Damn it. What kind of damned place is this? If I want to leave, I have to be bitten to death by sharks. He thought about it for a long time and finally made another move. He wanted to break out of the encirclement from the other side and kill a white piece. However, the chess soul attacked again and defeated Mu Yu. The 3rd time, the 4th time, Mu Yu found that if he failed 3 more times, he would sink to the bottom of the sea. The chess soul seemed to have long calculated his position. It defeated Mu Yu effortlessly every time. There must be a problem somewhere. If only Master or Deadwood Daddy had taught me how to play chess. Mu Yu felt increasingly frustrated. He always wanted to protect the black pieces and break out of the encirclement, but the more he did so, the more he failed. Playing chess was like setting up an array. Feng Haochen had never taught him about array formations, but Deadwood had taught him a lot. The problem was that the array formation was too difficult. Mu Yu couldn't figure it out. The reason why a chessboard was called a chessboard was that there was definitely a chance of survival. Where was this chance of survival? Mu Yu thought about it carefully. His thoughts were brought back to the withered tree valley. Back then, Deadwood had just captured him from floating Immortal Isle and confined him in the valley. Old Master, your array formation has killed so many people. Can't you sleep at night? Back then, Mu Yu was still very young. He naively believed that Deadwood was as evil as he looked. Deadwood glared at Mu Yu. Mu Yu had infuriated him again. At that moment, he was hanging upside down in the air, swinging. Leave a way out for everything. I've already set up the array formation so simply, but they still can't pass. What right do they have to beg me to do something? What right do I have to take them in as disciples? What does their deaths have to do with me? If you don't have the ability, you shouldn't overestimate yourself, Deadwood said. Leave a way out for everything. I didn't see you leave any hints. Mu Yu became much more obedient after being hung up a few times. He knew that it was useless to struggle, so he simply crossed his arms and looked upside down. If I hadn't left a stalk of antidote grass at the edge of the poisonous fog, would the others have been able to enter? If I hadn't left behind that living vine, do you think you would have been able to walk out of the mirror image array with that bit of cleverness of yours? Do you think I wish for others to die in my valley? What have I become? A graveyard? Those people who died were all because I wasn't here. If I was here, I would have thrown those guys who overestimated themselves out so that I wouldn't have to look at them. Deadwood said snappily. Mu Yu clicked his tongue. He really didn't know about this. When he passed through the poisonous fog, he didn't rely on the antidote grass to enter. He knew that he had wronged Deadwood, but he still asked, what about the heavenly demon tree? You didn't even give a hint to the heavenly demon tree. You didn't hurt the heavenly demon tree. Did it take the initiative to attack you? If you want to pass the angry heavenly demon tree, you must learn to retreat in order to advance. Only by not harming the heavenly demon tree can you pick the heavenly demon fruit. When everyone sees the heavenly demon tree, they can't wait to pick the heavenly demon fruit. They deserve to be eaten by the heavenly demon fruit. Deadwood snorted. Retreat in order to advance. Retreat in order to advance. A bolt of lightning flashed through Mu Yu's mind. The chess game in his eyes suddenly became clear. When he saw the heavenly demon tree in the valley, it was full of fruits. Everyone came here for the purpose of picking the heavenly demon fruit, so everyone would make a move directly. Therefore, they would be beaten by the heavenly demon fruit and flee in embarrassment. This was a kind of qualitative thinking. If you want to get something, you will definitely act according to conventional methods. Just like this chess game. When most people saw the chess game, they would think, the black pieces have been eaten by the white pieces and are on the verge of death. If you want to win, you can't lose any black pieces. Therefore, your first thought is to find ways to attack the white pieces. However, no matter where you attack, you will be chased and intercepted by the white pieces. You will lose miserably. This won't work at all. If you want to win, you must retreat in order to advance. You must know when to give up. You can only gain when you lose. Mu Yu overturned all the ways to crack the chess game in the past few days and began to re-examine the chess game. The black pieces formation was like a plate of loose sand. They were surrounded by the white pieces until they couldn't breathe. They had reached the point where it was difficult to move. The white pieces seemed to have a grand formation, but in fact, because the black pieces were scattered, the white pieces formation was also indirectly divided. The white pieces wanted to eliminate the black pieces in one go, but that meant that they would be exhausted. As long as he lured the white pieces to use their momentum in unimportant places, it would be a great opportunity for the black pieces to counterattack. Mu Yu's gaze was no longer fixated on the existing formation. He had always wanted to expand the formation, so he was determined not to let the white pieces have the possibility of eating the black pieces. However, no matter where he attacked, he would be broken by the white pieces. This was also what troubled him. There were already very few black pieces. How could he let the white pieces eat some more? However, if one wanted to succeed, one had to do the opposite. At this moment, the best solution was to abandon a portion of the unimportant black pieces and focus on the overall situation. He would guide the white pieces' offensive momentum to the side and play the role of sacrificing the rook to save the king. Very few people dared to sever their own arm when they were at a disadvantage. However, it was often impossible to kill the enemy in battle without paying a price. Mu Yu's gaze quickly locked onto a formation. It could be said that this was the only way to win this endgame. Have you decided on your move? The chess soul looked calmly at Mu Yu. Mu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled that all the chess techniques he had learned came from the chess soul. The chess soul's chess techniques were superb, so how could he not have thought of this move? What if he didn't fall for it? That's not right. If I place the black piece here, the white piece will definitely choose to intercept it for its own benefit. If it doesn't move here, it's equivalent to giving me a chance. Then, it won't be able to restrict my formation. Mu Yu's eyes narrowed as he turned his head to look behind him. A huge black piece landed behind him. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the black piece had already landed in the spot Mu Yu was thinking of. The black piece landed on the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves. However, all the chess pieces remained motionless. It's your turn, Mu Yu said nervously. He didn't have profound chess skills like the chess soul. With the chess soul's abilities, he was definitely able to deduce the subsequent developments. Mu Yu was staking everything on a single throw. The chess soul didn't place his piece. He looked at Mu Yu and said, by doing this, it means that 3 black pieces will be taken away by me. With your current formation, I'm afraid you can't afford any more losses, right? Cut the crap. I want to take a gamble. Mu Yu clenched his fists. He was still a rookie. At most, he could deduce the subsequent steps. He had no confidence in the development of this endgame. Why did you make this move? The chess soul continued asking. I'm retreating in order to advance. If I don't lose something, I won't have a chance. Mu Yu sighed as he realized that he couldn't defeat the chess soul anyway, so there was nothing to hide. Then if I continue blocking this place, you will lose another 3 pieces, right? The chess soul smiled, but he didn't place his piece. All he did was point in a direction and a white beam of light appeared on the chessboard. Mu Yu already knew of this outcome. With a thought, a black beam of light appeared in another direction. If you place it here, I'll eat another 3 of your pieces. If you take another step, you will lose nearly half of your black pieces. Can you really afford it? The chess soul said with a smile. Mu Yu sighed. Indeed, even this wouldn't work. However, something was not right. He carefully deduced that if he lost half of them, his formation would become more compact. At this time, countless flaws would appear in the white chess pieces. And when that happened, his black pieces would be like fish in water, reclaiming the lost ground. That's right. That's right. That's it. Only by doing so can I win, Mu Yu shouted in delight. Quick, quick. I think I can win. However, the chess soul didn't move at all. All he did was look at Mu Yu. Quick, Mu Yu urged. There's no need. When you chose to retreat in order to advance, the endgame had already been resolved by you. Many people aren't willing to suffer any losses after attempting this endgame. You are one of the few, the chess soul said with a smile. Furthermore, you are the fastest person to crack the chess formation. What's even more commendable is that you are someone who has just learned how to play chess. To be able to do so is already quite outstanding. Hearty laughter resounded throughout the sea as countless sharks suddenly burrowed out from the bottom of the sea and devoured all the chess pieces. Then, Mu Yu's mind jolted as his consciousness returned to his body. Mu Yu suddenly opened his eyes and scanned everyone in the advancement hall. He realized that everyone was already looking at him. Mu Yu shrugged his shoulders and ignored them. He secretly recalled the way he had cracked the array and realized that the array monument didn't test how excellent one's array formation skills were, but whether one's way of thinking could break the norm and dare to attempt an unusual path. Carnate disciples weren't required to grasp many array formations, but they had to know how to adapt and make choices for an array formation. Mu Yu's hand left the array monument before he slowly walked out. Did he succeed? Zhao Liangong asked in surprise. Of course he failed. The array monument hasn't even shattered. Do you really think it's that easy to be a carnate disciple? Luo Feilong snorted coldly. Chapter 4:14. He succeeded. Luo Feilong's face froze. All the Zhongtian disciples also let out cries of surprise. They had always thought that even if Mu Yu had broken the first array tablet, it would not be so easy for him to break the second one. After all, Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai had both failed, so it was clear how difficult it was to break the second array tablet. But they never thought that Mu Yu would only try once and break the second array tablet. Was this person really so powerful? Mu Yu walked in front of Master Lu and bowed. Disciple Feng Mu greets Master Lu. Feng Mu, you. Heavens! How could it be? This is too unreasonable. Master Lu still couldn't close his astonished jaw, and his speech was somewhat incoherent. How could Master Lu have thought that this mysterious genius disciple turned out to be Feng Mu, who had always been by his side? He had always let Feng Mu be the guardian of the array in front of others. Last time, in order to gain face in front of the symbol sect, he had brought him into the dangerous Yin Corpse array. The dangers of the Yin Corpse array were still fresh in Master Lu's memory. Even with his spirit-severing stage cultivation, he had died in it, not to mention he had brought Feng Mu in. Thinking that Feng Mu had almost become a member of the Yin Corpse army, Master Lu felt a burst of fear in his heart. Feng Mu, you. Heavens! I actually brought you into the Yin Corpse array and almost caused you to lose your life. I almost became a sinner of the array sect. Master Lu's face was full of regret, but soon his eyebrows raised in joy. But this is great. You're fine. Haha. I said that the heavens did not want my array sect to die. No, I have to report this news to the sect master. Right, I have prepared a genius training plan. It's more important to deal with this first. Xiantian disciple, ha ha ha. The sudden appearance of the mysterious genius really made Master Lu happy. When he spoke, He did not have any order, saying whatever came to his mind. It could be seen how big of a surprise Feng Mu had brought to Master Lu. Mu Yu had broken the second array tablet in front of so many people, confirming his title as a genius disciple. Naturally, it would cause a sensation in the array sect. Mu Yu touched his forehead. Master Lu was really a straightforward person. The appearance of a Xiantian disciple could make him so happy. It seemed that the situation of the array faction was really not optimistic. After a long time, Master Lu slowly calmed down the excitement in his heart. He looked at Mu Yu with satisfaction. For a disciple who had just entered the sect, Mu Yu's age and cultivation level of foundation establishment were indeed considered low, but what did it matter? Since he showed such talent, Master Lu could spend his energy to cultivate him. Master Lu didn't even want to ask Mu Yu why he had been hiding it for so long, but Mu Yu felt that he still needed to explain. He said, "Please forgive me, Master. Disciple has just entered the sect. Because I have to follow Master Lu to learn the basic courses, disciple is usually not present when Master is looking for disciple. Just now, I was late because I wanted to teach my disciples more knowledge. Just because of this." Master Lu was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't want to ask why Feng Mu didn't stand up for him, he still had some doubts in his heart. He didn't expect Feng Mu to give such a simple reason. Just because he had to go to class, he didn't come to participate in my impassioned mobilization meeting? Doesn't that mean that all my carefully prepared speeches have been in vain? Master Lu got angry when he thought of how much saliva he had wasted. Master Lu then said angrily, "Which bastard Master Lu taught you this lesson? You almost wasted a good seedling. What qualifications does he have to teach you?" This old man is really angry. Like I said, a Zhongtian disciple like you can't act like a big shot in front of me. There must be a reason. Tell me which Master Lu it is. I will give him a good scolding. In truth, Song Qingyu was quite patient with him, and Mu Yu didn't want to cause Song Qingyu to be scolded because of this, so he quickly said, "Master, please don't blame him. Master Lu is very patient in teaching this disciple. This disciple is very grateful to him. Please don't blame him." Master Lu's expression softened, and seeing Mu Yu being so polite, his good impression of him increased, saying, "Polite, talented, you really are a piece of unpolished jade. Good. Good." Then Master Lu turned and waved to the other Zhongtian disciples, saying, "The rest of you, go back and cultivate. Even a new disciple is more promising than all of you. How can you not work harder?" Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai's expressions were very ugly, and the two of them exchanged a glance, understanding that they needed to find a place to discuss how to deal with Mu Yu. These two were spies sent by the Symbol faction, and they had deliberately pretended to be rivals in the Array faction, so they needed to find a secret place to meet, to avoid arousing suspicion. Since this Zhongtian disciple had stood up recklessly, then the two of them would definitely ensure that he would not survive. All the Zhongtian disciples in the advancement hall had left, leaving only Mu Yu and Master Lu. Master Lu immediately began to talk about his training plan, which he had drawn up after Mu Yu had broken the first array tablet. "Let me think, since you have broken the second array tablet today, you definitely won't have the energy to break the third one. You have just entered the sect not long ago, and your knowledge of array formations is still limited. I need to let you come into contact with the core array Dao of the array faction. In a few months, it will be the array formation competition, and I need to train you to be a candidate for the competition. We don't have enough Xiantian disciples, so no matter if you become a Xiantian disciple or not, you will have to represent the Xiantian disciples in the competition. Even if you make up the numbers, since you are new this year, it doesn't matter if you lose, but next year, we will definitely be able to defeat them." Master Lu's saliva flew everywhere as he talked about a lot of his plan to raise a genius. Mu Yu listened in a daze. In fact, it was no wonder that this old man was so agitated. The Array faction had been suppressed by the Talisman Grandmaster for so many years, and now many of their businesses had been snatched away. Not to mention, in the past 10 years, other than Mu Chenghong, there had been no other Xiantian disciples. Every year, in the Array formation competition, the Array faction's Xiantian Array masters would be openly and secretly humiliated by the Talisman Grandmaster. Now that a second talented quasi-sentient disciple had finally appeared, how could they let it go so easily? Master Lu explained to Mu Yu for 2 hours, and finally said reluctantly, "Ian, for the time being, I will only talk about 1/10 of it. Do you have any other questions?" Heavens! The training plan just now could be written into a thick book, and Master Lu had only talked about 1/10 of it after 2 hours. Didn't that mean that if Master Lu were to talk about it all, it would take him nearly a day? Mu Yu scratched his head and said, "It's too much, I can't remember it." "Good. Then I'll say it again." Master Lu began to blabber again. Holy shit. Mu Yu really wanted to slap himself. It was all because of his cheap mouth that he had to ask for trouble. Can't remember my ass. Even if he said it a few more times, he wouldn't be able to listen much. Mu Yu hurriedly wanted to stop Master Lu's speech, but he was ignored by Master Lu every time he tried to interrupt. Then, another 2 hours passed. "Do you have anything else to ask? If there's anything you don't understand, I can repeat it again." Master Lu looked at Mu Yu with a face full of affection. "No need, no need. This disciple understands everything, really," Mu Yu said solemnly, nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. He was afraid that Master Lu would really repeat it again. Speaking of which, in those jade pendants in the array pavilion, Master Lu's opening speech had annoyed Mu Yu to no end. At that time, Mu Yu had the impulse to strangle him to death. Master Lu had really put in a lot of effort to find Mu Yu. "Good, then you go back and rest first. 3 days later, we will start according to the original plan. This is something I specially prepared for you. You can use it as you wish. If it's not enough, then we'll talk again." Master Lu handed a storage pouch to Mu Yu. What was he going to do in 3 days? Mu Yu was at a loss. Just now, he had been yawning for 2 hours and really didn't listen at all. When he took the storage pouch, he originally wanted to ask, but when he touched the storage pouch with his spirit power, he was immediately shocked by the things in the storage pouch. Heavens! So many precious innate array bases. The spirit stones in the storage pouch were definitely no less than 500,000. These spirit stones were not attractive to Mu Yu. If he was really short of money, he could casually sell a 6th-tier medicinal pill and earn a few million. What really moved him were these innate array bases. For an array to work, it first needed the array base to provide spirit power. The more spirit power contained in the array base, the longer the array could last. When Mu Yu first tried the flexible swallow returning nest array technique, he deeply understood this point. A Xiantian array foundation was not enough to use the flexible swallow returning nest array technique a few times. If he wanted to learn Xiantian array techniques, using the Zhongtian array foundation was not enough. He had to use a Xiantian array foundation. The innate array foundation in the storage pouch that Master Lu gave to Mu Yu was like a bunch of worthless jelly beans. There were so many of them, including the extreme nether ice jade, the snow rock earth spirit milk, and even the heart of the 7th-order demonic beast, mystic tiger. One had to know that a 7th-rank mystic beast was equivalent to a unity stage cultivator. This kind of mystic beast's cultivation was already heaven-defying and extremely difficult to kill. He didn't expect to be able to get it in the hands of the array sect. However, Mu Yu had seen so many high-level mystic beasts demon spirits in the Sand Eagle King City's underground palace, so he was not surprised. In order to cultivate Mu Yu, Master Lu had really put in a lot of effort. Some of them were applied for from the sect, while some were from Master Lu's own collection. These things were all prepared when Mu Yu broke the first array tablet. Unfortunately, Mu Yu did not stand up and admit it early. Only now did Master Lu give them to Mu Yu. "Are you really giving all of these to me?" Mu Yu asked again to confirm. The resources that Zhongtian disciples could receive every month were not much, only a mere 100 spirit stones, 6 Hutian array bases, and 2 Zhongtian array bases. Among them, 5 spirit stones and 1 Hutian array base had to be given to either Luo Filong or Ji Wenkai as protection fees. Mu Yu suddenly receiving so many good things for no reason was something that Zhongtian disciples did not even dare to think about. He felt that if he did not help the array sect, he would be letting down Master Lu. Of course. How can I be stingy? You must be tired from breaking the second array tablet today. Quickly go back and rest. I will immediately report this matter to the sect master. Haha. Our array sect finally has another Xiantian disciple. There is hope for the revival of the array sect. When Master Lu left, he was laughing even as he walked. Mu Yu guessed that this old man would probably dance with joy when he reached a deserted place. However, Mu Yu knew that this matter was not so simple. He had exposed his identity and was happy for the array sect's Xiantian array masters. However, there were 57 spies who wished for him to die. I want to see what kind of tricks you guys can play. Mu Yu did not tell Master Lu about the matter of the talisman sect spies. He did not have any conclusive evidence and would not be able to convince Master Lu. Instead, he would be accused of framing his fellow sect members. As for Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai's matter, he must personally resolve it. Mu Yu had just returned to his residence when he found that Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai had already declared war on him. Cheng Zhuo, who lived with him, had disappeared and was replaced by two tall young men. Chapter 415. Junior Brother Feng Mu, you're back? Just now, Master Liu made a unified arrangement for all the Zhongtian disciples. Junior Brother Cheng Zhuo has already been transferred to another dormitory. From now on, Junior Brother Wu Wanxing and I will be living with you. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Duan Yang. Duan Yang looked like he was 30 years old. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. When he spoke, he had a fake smile on his face. He did not hide his nascent soul stage cultivation at all. He poured all his pressure on Mu Yu, who was at the foundation establishment stage. He deliberately wanted to give Mu Yu a show of strength. Duan Yang obviously looked down on Mu Yu's cultivation. He thought that with his nascent soul stage cultivation, he would definitely scare Mu Yu to the ground. So it's like that. Mu Yu nodded without showing any expression. However, he sneered in his heart. A mere nascent soul stage guy dared to come looking for trouble. Showing off in front of Master Guan, he really didn't know the difference between life and death. However, Mu Yu's goal was not these two shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He wanted to deal with Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai. He wanted to find a way to find the list of all the spies and then catch them all in one fell swoop. So long, let's start with these two guys. Mu Yu's calm expression made Duan Yang a little surprised. He was a second heavenly layer nascent soul stage cultivator. If he could release his nascent soul stage pressure on a foundation establishment stage rookie, it would only take a moment for that rookie to pee in his pants. However, why did Mu Yu look as if nothing had happened? Wu Wanxing also felt that something was wrong. He was also a second heavenly layer nascent soul stage cultivator. Seeing that Mu Yu did not panic at all, he must have a treasure on him that Master Lu gave him. He was extremely jealous in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Thus, he smiled and said, Junior Brother Feng Mu being able to become a Xiantian stage disciple in the future is really worthy of celebration. When we found out that we were assigned to the same dormitory as Junior Brother Feng Mu, we were really flattered. Junior Brother Feng Mu's future is limitless. Please take care of us. Senior brother, you must be joking. With your cultivation, why would you need me to take care of you? Senior brother Luo Filong or senior brother Ji Wenkai should take care of you, right? Mu Yu said with a fake smile. Duan Yang realized that Mu Yu wasn't going to be bullied, so he quickly retracted his spiritual energy fluctuations and said, Alas, junior brother, you don't know how hateful Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai are. If you follow behind them, you will never be able to succeed. Wu Wanxing and I are both neutral Zhongtian disciples, and we don't want to associate ourselves with them, so we are constantly being suppressed by them. These two fellows were really shameless. They didn't even blush when they scolded their own people. Mu Yu pretended to be enlightened and said, So that's how it is. It was rare for the Array faction to have two such righteous senior brothers. When I first came here, I didn't like the two of them for a long time. I always felt that they were too overbearing. Now that Master Lu has decided to train me to become a Xiantian disciple, I think it's time to stand up and do something for the Zhongtian disciples. I plan to rely on my two senior brothers to fight against Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. What do you two senior brothers think? Since you want to play so much, then let's play to our heart's content. This silly boy is really dreaming. With your cultivation, you want to fight against senior brother Luo and senior brother Ji? You overestimate yourself. Duan Yang thought disdainfully in his heart, but his mouth revealed a look of fear and trepidation. Junior brother, thank you for thinking so highly of us. We have also been unhappy with Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai for a long time. Now that there is finally someone who can stand up against them, we will definitely do our best. Mu Yu sat lazily on the chair, crossing his legs and saying, "The two of you, go and put up a notice. I, Feng Mu, am now a quasi-Xiantian disciple, and I plan to help all the Zhongtian disciples improve their understanding of array Dao, and bring our array faction to greater heights. For those who choose to study under me, I will protect them from being persecuted by evil people, and will only take 1 spirit stone a month as a tuition fee. I will use this sum of spirit stones as teaching fees, and those who perform well will be rewarded with spirit stones." Who didn't know how to recruit people? With the starting capital, and the title of a genius, how could he be afraid that no one would come running to join him? Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, these two spies, in order to suppress the disciples of the array faction, their methods of exploitation were extremely ruthless. Many people dared to be angry at them, but did not dare to speak up. At this time, if someone could stand up against them, they would definitely rally to their cause. The Zhongtian disciples of the array faction were divided into 3 groups, and those who wanted to stand alone would be ostracized. Otherwise, they could only swallow their anger and choose either Luo Feilong or Ji Wenkai's side, and obediently pay a protection fee every month. At this time, Mu Yu stepped in, and the protection fee he charged was so low that it made people's hair stand on end. Without even thinking, it was obvious that many people would defect to Mu Yu's side. You people from the Seal faction are really disgusting. Since I am studying in the array faction, I will not watch anything happen to the array faction. Mu Yu sneered coldly in his heart. After so many years of plundering from the Zhongtian disciples of the array faction, it's time to spit it out. Whenever a Zhongtian disciple had a slightly outstanding talent, they would be taken care of by Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, making it so that they would not have a chance to shine. As time passed, the Zhongtian disciples of the array faction would slowly decline. If these 2 vampire spies were not removed, the array faction's decline would be inevitable. Mu Yu could not directly remove Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, because if they were gone, there would be other spies lying in wait. He had to get his hands on the list of spies, and then uproot them all. Put up a notice. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing were at a loss. The 2 of them had only been ordered to monitor Mu Yu's every move, but they had not expected that Mu Yu would actually dare to directly go against Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. Hurry up and do it. Oh right, I'll write a notice first, and you 2 can copy it and put up 10 or 20 of them. Since the 2 of you have chosen to follow me, you should be able to do such a small thing, right? Mu Yu took out a brush and ink, and began to write. Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing secretly exchanged a glance, and hurriedly agreed. How to deal with this matter was something that Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai needed to consider, and had nothing to do with them. Since they were sent here as spies, even if they wanted to slap Mu Yu to death, they had to endure it. Very quickly, Mu Yu's words had spread to the ears of all the Zhongtian disciples of the array faction. When everyone heard Mu Yu's plan, they could guess that this new junior brother Feng Mu wanted to go against Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. But with Feng Mu's foundation establishment stage cultivation, could he really be a match for those 2? The Zhongtian disciples had to pay a protection fee every month, and some of their formation stones would be deducted, causing them to not have enough materials to practice array formations, making it difficult for them to improve their array formations. Everyone hated Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, but no one dared to oppose them. Not only were their talents high, and were highly regarded by their master, they also had many lackeys, and were not to be trifled with. At this time, someone had suddenly appeared who dared to challenge them, and even charged them a low fee, causing many people to become restless. But there was one thing that everyone was worried about. Feng Mu was just a new disciple, and was not like Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, who were used to riding roughshod over others. What qualifications did he have to go against these two? But this Feng Mu was someone who had broken 2 array tablets, and was already treated like a treasure by Master Lu. In the future, he would definitely become a Xiantian disciple, and his future would be far above Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. If they could follow Feng Mu at this time, it would definitely be much better than following Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai. If Feng Mu's status as a quasi-Xiantian disciple was not enough to tempt them, then Feng Mu's conditions would definitely cause many Zhongtian disciples to become restless. In order to attract more people to his side, Mu Yu had purposely taken out a top-grade innate array foundation, the Netherworld Extreme Ice Jade. He had said that he would give this innate array foundation to any Zhongtian disciple that he thought had outstanding talent, only charging a single spirit stone a month and treating it as a reward, and casually taking out a Xiantian Netherworld Ice Jade. Was this Feng Mu trying to defy the heavens? Outside the array sect, there was a barren forest, and Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai would usually come here to discuss anything. This brat is really ruthless. Master Lu never gave me a Xiantian Netherworld Ice Jade. Luo Feilong gritted his teeth and said. Zhongtian disciples were unable to fully utilize the advantages of a Xiantian Netherworld Ice Jade, but a single Xiantian Netherworld Ice Jade was enough to exchange for hundreds of Zhongtian Netherworld Ice Jade. Even Luo Feilong only had 2 Xiantian Netherworld Ice Jade. This brat wants to go against us, then don't blame us for not being polite. He has already started to recruit people, we can just send a few people to sneak in, and we'll definitely kill him, Ji Wenkai said as he rubbed his fists, his bones cracking. Then should we send people from our talisman faction or the array sect? Luo Feilong asked. Most of the Zhongtian disciples following them were actually the original disciples of the array sect, and only a small number were spies. In order to control the situation of all the Zhongtian disciples, there were even some spies who pretended to be neutral, and mixed in with the neutral group to gather information. Whenever a disciple was slightly more talented, they would be met with all kinds of bullying and suppression. Ji Wenkai pondered for a moment before saying, Feng Mu's bargaining chip is too big, he is basically giving arms, and we are exploiting him. Other than our talisman faction, only a few of the Zhongtian disciples of the array sect actually listen to us, and under this kind of temptation, it is very easy for them to change sides. If we want to send someone, we must send a spy from the talisman faction to infiltrate Feng Mu's camp. There's no need for so much trouble, if there's really no other way, we can just kill him, Luo Feilong said viciously. If we kill someone in the array sect, Old Man Lu will definitely suspect us. At that time, our identities as the talisman faction will be exposed, and it will ruin Master's plan, no one can take responsibility for it. If we want to kill him, we must find an opportunity to do it when he is out in the field. Right now, Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing have already gained Feng Mu's trust, and they are both from our talisman faction. We just need to monitor Feng Mu's every move, and the moment he leaves the array sect, it will be the time of his death. Ji Wenkai's face was also filled with killing intent. Ji Wenkai was a meticulous person. For so many years, in order to encroach on the array sect, the talisman faction had sent 2 highly talented people to be spies in the array sect, and they had even successfully become the leaders of the Zhongtian disciples' camps. With such a deliberate plan to destroy the array sect, they naturally wouldn't send 2 idiots. He is really too young to believe Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing so easily. He is really stupid. Let's see what a foundation establishment quasi-innate disciple can do. Luo Feilong's face was filled with murderous intent. Mu Yu didn't know how Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai contacted the talisman faction spies, but he was very clear about Wu Wenxing and Duan Yang's true identities, and he even knew the consequences of recruiting people like this. Needless to say, there would definitely be some talisman faction spies around him, pretending to listen to his commands like lapdogs, and trying their best to gain his trust. However, Mu Yu had his own plans, and he never acted according to the rules, so naturally, he wouldn't be tricked by others. He knew that they would send spies to his side, and he also knew that he wouldn't be able to identify which one was the talisman faction's spy, but so what? Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you guys. Mu Yu watched from afar as Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai returned to the array sect. A faint smile appeared on his face. Chapter 416. On the third day after Mu Yu posted the notice, there were already many Zhongtian disciples who came to pledge their allegiance to him. Many of these Zhongtian disciples used to follow Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai, but because the two of them always oppressed the Zhongtian disciples, they were not very popular. When Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai were still overlords, no one dared to go against them, because they always had a way to torture those who dared to oppose them. Now that there was finally someone who stood up to oppose these two bastards, naturally there were many who responded. Although this new leader of the Zhongtian disciples was only at the foundation establishment stage, he had a lot of potential, and would definitely become a Xiantian disciple in the future. If they could hug such a big thigh at this time, it would be beneficial for them in the future. However, there were still some who chose to wait and see. In their hearts, they were more inclined to follow Feng Mu, but many of them knew of Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai's ruthless methods. In the past, there was a Zhongtian disciple who wanted to compete with the two of them, but in the end, he disappeared without a trace, his life or death unknown. There was no need to guess that he had been killed by the two of them. These Zhongtian disciples knew that with Feng Mu's current cultivation, it was very likely that he would follow in that person's footsteps. Duan Yang, how many people now want to leave Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai's evil clutches and choose to follow me? Mu Yu lazily leaned back in his chair, asking Duan Yang in a lofty tone. These past few days, he had treated Duan Yang and Wu Wanxing like dogs, and did not feel the slightest bit of guilt in his heart. Originally, they were just pretending to pledge their allegiance, since they wanted to act like dogs, then they might as well be dogs until the end. Duan Yang's heart was already filled with anger. He was a dignified nascent soul stage cultivator, but these past few days he had been ordered around by a foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was really a huge humiliation. If not for the fact that he had to keep an eye on Feng Mu's movements, he would have already slapped Feng Mu's head. Although he was very angry, he did not dare to show it, instead putting on a fawning expression and saying, "There are a total of 34 people who have clearly expressed their willingness to follow you. 11 of them used to follow Luo Filong, 15 of them used to follow Ji Wenkai. The remaining 8 didn't take sides like us in the past." Mu Yu naturally didn't know how many of these 34 people were spies from the Talisman sect. However, he didn't care. Originally, he had formed this group to show off to Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai. He didn't expect these people to help him at all. Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai would definitely send their trusted aides to infiltrate Mu Yu's side and pretend to listen to Mu Yu's orders. In fact, they would secretly keep an eye on Mu Yu and prevent him from moving. Think about it, if a person's followers were all spies planted by the opponent, how could this person make waves? However, at the same time, Mu Yu was certain that the people sent by Luo Filong and Ji Wenkai to monitor him were definitely from the Talisman sect. Because if they wanted to kill Mu Yu, they had to find some people they trusted to do it. This way, once Mu Yu left the Array faction to go out to the field, they could use their own people to find out Mu Yu's whereabouts and then kill Mu Yu. This would also prevent them from spreading rumors. After all, it was much safer to have their own people collude with each other than the Array faction's disciples. Their own people would not reveal their secrets, but it was hard to say for the Array faction's Zhongtian disciples. Mu Yu's move was actually a method of inviting wolves into the house. It was impossible for him to investigate each and every one of the Array faction's Zhongtian disciples and Array masters to find out which of them were spies from the Talisman sect. So, the best way was to simply lure those spies to his side and eliminate some of them first. Wu Wanxing, go and collect a list of all the Zhongtian disciples. If we want to contend with those two people, we must have a good understanding of everyone, Mu Yu said. Yes. Wu Wanxing gritted his teeth in anger. These few days, the two of them had been running errands for Mu Yu like coolies. They had long wanted to kill this guy. He secretly swore that once Feng Mu walked out of the Array faction, he would make him beg for death. He would first settle the score of these few days before killing Feng Mu. Duan Yang, Go and get a list of all the Zhongtian array masters. Remember, the more detailed the better. It would be best to list out their performance and contributions in the array faction. We also need to have a good relationship with the Zhongtian array masters. After all, they were also Zhongtian disciples. Mu Yu ordered again. Yes. Duan Yang hurriedly promised. However, as soon as he turned his head, his expression changed into a murderous one and he left. F*ck, these two people are really good people. They can endure being ordered around like this. As expected of spies sent by the Talisman faction. Mu Yu muttered in his heart. Thinking about how sullen these two had been these past few days, Mu Yu felt a burst of joy. Ordering the people of the Talisman faction around like dogs was very satisfying. Just as Mu Yu was about to carefully look through the list of Zhongtian disciples who had surrendered, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack, and a head poked in. Cheng Zhuo, it's you. Mu Yu said with a smile. Cheng Zhuo was actually a very honest person. Originally, he lived in the same room as Mu Yu. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai did not let him monitor Mu Yu, which meant that they did not trust Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo should be from the array faction. Cheng Zhuo walked in somewhat uneasily, forcing a smile at Mu Yu, and then said, I really did not expect that the person who broke the array tablet would be you. To think that I overestimated myself and said that I would protect you. Mu Yu pointed at the chair and said, sit. What's there to be nervous about? We are roommates, aren't we? Cheng Zhuo looked outside the door, and then said in a low voice, I didn't come here today to catch up with you. I know that you want to fight against Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai, but I advise you to be careful. Although you have Master Lu's support, they are not people to be trifled with. Also, Duan Yang and Wu Wenxing were not neutral disciples in the past. They used to be Luo Feilong's people, and they listened to Luo Feilong's words. They are here to monitor you. Mu Yu blinked. You came here to tell me this. In any case, we are roommates. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Last time, there was a senior brother who wanted to fight against the two of them, but after a field trip, he never came back. It is said that there was an accident when setting up the array, and the array's spirit energy became chaotic, causing an explosion. But we all know that it was actually Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai who did it. We just don't dare to say it. I am very worried that you will end up like him, Cheng Zhuo said seriously. Mu Yu was a little touched. This Cheng Zhuo was a good person. Originally, Mu Yu thought that he had come to rely on him, but he didn't expect that he had just come to remind him. Well, I know how to deal with the two of them. Do you want to do it with me? Mu Yu had long known about Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai's petty tricks, but at that time, it was not certain who would kill who. Cheng Zhuo hesitated for a moment and said, I know that your future is limitless, but I think that you should not be too high profile before you grow up. At least wait until your cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage. Listen to my advice, stay away from the two of them as much as possible, and improve your cultivation with Master Lu. Also, don't go out in the field. They don't dare to kill people in the sect, but they will definitely deal with you when you go out in the field. Mu Yu always felt that Cheng Zhuo seemed to know something, so he planned to probe Cheng Zhuo to see if he could get anything out of him. Why don't they dare to kill me in the array sect? Isn't it convenient for them to casually create an accident in the array sect and kill me? Why do they have to go through so much trouble to wait for me to go out in the field? Even if Master Lu suspects them, only the two of them can compete with the Talisman Grandmaster among the disciples of Zhongtian. Would Master Lu punish them? The two of them are not that simple. If Master Lu suspects them, it is very likely that their identities will be exposed. Cheng Zhuo suddenly covered his mouth. He looked at Mu Yu in horror, knowing that he seemed to have said something wrong, and quickly turned to leave. But just as he turned around, Mu Yu's figure appeared in front of him, giving him a fright. Cheng Zhuo was also at the nascent soul stage, but how could a foundation establishment stage Feng Mu be so fast? What are their identities? What do you know? Mu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't say anything. I can't say anything, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. Cheng Zhuo pushed Mu Yu away and wanted to leave. He thought that Mu Yu wouldn't be able to block him with his nascent soul stage cultivation, but Mu Yu didn't move at all, and even put a hand on Cheng Zhuo's shoulder. Cheng Zhuo was horrified to find that he couldn't move at all. What are their identities? You're with them, aren't you? Mu Yu asked sternly. I'm different from them. I'm not a spy. Cheng Zhuo said anxiously. Then he realized that he had let it slip, and his expression was very flustered, looking like he was about to cry. Spy, you also know that they are spies of the Talisman Grandmaster? Mu Yu stared at Cheng Zhuo. Cheng Zhuo opened his mouth wide. How do you know that they are spies of the Talisman Grandmaster? After that, he glanced at the surroundings in panic as if he was afraid of something, and then he said softly, there are some things that I can't say, otherwise, I'll die a horrible death. Let me go. I can't tell you, the walls have ears. Don't worry, I've set up a soundproof formation here, so no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Mu Yu let go of Cheng Zhuo, and Cheng Zhuo noticed that he could move again. He was just about to flee, but he stopped after taking a few steps. You're not at the foundation establishment stage, your cultivation is even more formidable than mine. Are you a spy sent by the Talisman Grandmaster as well? Cheng Zhuo's face was extremely pale. I'm here to deal with the spies of the Talisman Grandmaster. Since you know that they are spies, why didn't you expose them? Mu Yu said coldly. Cheng Zhuo seemed to have thought of something, and he shuddered with terror. Are you really not a spy of the Talisman Grandmaster? I was sent by Master Lu to search for spies. Mu Yu made up a story. So Master Lu knows as well? I thought that those Carnate Array Masters were kept in the dark. Cheng Zhuo's expression eased up, and his gaze towards Mu Yu was filled with reverence. Then he shook his head and said, how would I dare to say that? I don't have any evidence, so who would believe me based on my one-sided story? Tell me everything you know. Mu Yu didn't expect that he wasn't the only one who had discovered the spies of the Talisman Grandmaster, and even Cheng Zhuo had unintentionally discovered them. If Cheng Zhuo knew more than him, then this matter would go even more smoothly. 57 spies had infiltrated the Array sect, and if one of them gave themselves away, it would definitely affect the others. The Talisman Grandmaster must have used some method to avoid this from happening. Luo Feilong and Ji Wenkai were the leaders of the spies, so they should be the only ones who knew who were the spies. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.